Bonjour tout le monde. Welcome to Nice and the French Riviera, which this weekend becomes the battleground to the 2024 Hyrox World Championships. The top 2% of athletes from around the globe will converge on the city in the ultimate test of strength, endurance, and mental will. But it's not just that. There's a celebration of community and fitness with shakeout runs along the Promenade d'Anglais, group meetups, and a shared camaraderie that will come to define the whole weekend. However, with 8 kilometers of running and 8 tests of fitness, that 1-hour race will come to define a whole season of training. The athletes, they're ready. The stage, it's set. Who will claim a podium in Nice? Let's find out.
Ladies and gentlemen out there on the screens, this is the moment we've been waiting for.
Nice, a jewel on the French Riviera with a population of 342,000. Well, we've only gone and added another 4,000 elite athletes from 74 countries into the mix. This week, the city learned exactly what a shakeout run really is as Hyroxers flooded the promenade. Now, up in the northeast of the city, they've torn me away from the beach, and now we're at the Palais d'Anglais, and it is really befitting a venue for an entertainment extravaganza of this size. And I'm delighted to be joined by Greg from The Rocks Life. And honestly, Greg, I genuinely thought we'd be doing this opening link in silence because the athletes aren't even at the venue yet. But oh my God, goosebumps.
Yeah, it's already a very special atmosphere in here. It's a beautiful venue in a beautiful city. And like you say, we thought we would be on our own here at the moment, and there's already hundreds and hundreds of spectators here ready for tonight's show.
How excited are you? I mean, every major has been special, but this is something else to it.
Yeah, it is. We've been building up for this all year. There's been some amazing performances that we've seen for tonight's race, like to try and qualify for tonight's race. So it is very, very exciting, and the whole weekend's exciting.
It really is. It's been a journey, and it's not just a journey for the elite athletes, it's been a journey for everyone. I mean, as a member of the doubles and the age group community, for you being here racing tomorrow, what exactly does it mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Like we focus on the Elite 15 tonight, and we see them and we see what they do to try and qualify for this race. But there are hundreds and hundreds of age group athletes that will be racing at a World Championship, and it's something that a lot of these people never thought they'd be at a World Championship representing their country, and it means a lot. And there's hundreds and hundreds of hours that have gone into training to be here this weekend.
And we talk about the breadth of everyone's involvement, 74 countries. That's just how far this sport extends nowadays.
Yeah. It's 74 countries. You know, there's been a huge number of races all around the world. It's growing all the time, but people qualifying from countries where there haven't even been races. They're travelling for this sport because they love it so much.
Honestly, if you go back to the first official Hyrox World Championships in 2019, and you look at what we have got around here today, I mean, it's incomparable how quickly the sport has grown.
Yeah, it really is. It's grown a huge amount. From like living in the UK, we see the perspective of the UK where it's like gone 10x in a couple of years. They're selling out events in a matter of minutes, and that's happening in more and more countries now. It's growing so rapidly, it's unreal.
We're very excited because the Walk of Nations is coming up next. But before we go into it, we need to introduce the third member of our team. He's going to be leading you through commentary, but we've got him as our roving reporter for the moment. Let's head on down to the one, the only Till Schenk.
Thank you, Lauren. It is absolutely spectacular out here. Nice, the place of the home and the rich, and now this weekend of the fittest in the world as well. It's delivering with the sunshine, the palm trees and everything, and this is the venue where the athletes are going to walk up in their parade in just a moment. 72 nations from around the world, and this is the arena they're going to enter. It's going to be fabulous. The atmosphere, we were just down at the square, is really through the roof. Everybody is over the moon. They're celebrating. We've got nations out here with one athlete only. We've got nations up to almost 1,000 athletes with the UK starting here, strongest nation in the world. But the one thing that unifies everybody is the happy spirit that we're seeing everywhere at the moment. Temperatures, let's say, are hot, and it's going to get even hotter inside with the race, with everything unfolding here tonight. You guys were talking about it. So enjoy the moment, enjoy the pictures. A little shout out, sending you some sunshine inside, and back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Till, and things are really warming up, aren't they, in terms of atmosphere, Greg, as the Walk of Nations has entered the Exhibition de Palais and led by Australia. This is a real occasion for athletes. You were in it last year. We've stolen you away this time. But what does it mean to walk out following a flag surrounded by your compatriots?
Yeah, it means a lot. Like I said, the people have worked really hard for this opportunity, and to be representing your country, a huge range of age groups, you know, from 16, 18 up to 70 plus. There'll be athletes here representing their country, and it's a very special moment.
I mean, you can see around the ground, you've got fathers holding their children, mums walking with their little girls and boys. You've got the Elite 15 mixed in. Some are wearing their official Hyrox jerseys that they'll be racing in tomorrow. It's a spectacle of colour, and it's not just the big nations either.
No, there's a huge number of nations represented. We've got like some single athlete nations. I believe there's an athlete from Iraq, from Iran, from China here. There's, like I say, huge number of countries being represented.
Just got a little wave from Alexander Ronchevich, one of course, the key athletes competing in tonight's Elite 15 race. That is what's coming up. And this is just a wonderful precursor to what's actually going to be one of the biggest moments of the elite level of the sport.
Yeah. The elite races, we've been building up to, we've known these races are going to be very special for a long time because of how the sport's grown and the standard of athletes has grown. Everyone wants to be part of tonight's races, and there's only 15 that can be part of each one. And yeah, we know there's going to be very special races.
We alluded to it earlier, but outside of the Elite 15, the age group and the doubles, and of course the mixed relay happening live on Sunday. We're going to see how that one broadcasts. There's a lot going on in the doubles. It's hugely competitive because we see a lot of repeat racing from some of our top-level athletes.
Yeah. So for people that aren't aware, there'll be men's doubles, women's doubles and mixed doubles this weekend. And yeah, there's a lot of very good doubles teams. So some have just purely focused on the doubles this year, but then there'll also be some elites that will be racing in the doubles as well. And we've got people like Lauren Weeks and Lauren Griffith, who we will see tonight. They're the open world record holders in the double. They'll be racing to try and get, to try and win the pro doubles, but also break the world record. There'll be Joffrey Voisin and Jezebel Kremer, two of the best athletes that we've ever seen in the mixed doubles. And Shahadis, who we'll see tonight, is lining up with Florian Gass. So yeah, very high level. David McGeeder and Dylan Scott, who we'll see tonight as well, are teaming up. So yeah, amazing teams in the mixed doubles tonight.
And what it does, for those who maybe narrowly miss out on the Elite 15, it gives them a platform to showcase the hard work that gets put in year round. I mean, when you turned up this weekend, I looked at you and I was like, Craig, you've leaned up a little bit, haven't you? Like, these guys put so much into their year, but ultimately are amateur athletes, and it gives them an opportunity to be recognised.
Yeah. And like I said, people are putting a lot of training into this. It's become a bit of an obsession for some people, probably including myself, if I'm honest. And it's an opportunity to showcase your fitness at the end of the day. It gives you a purpose for your training, which people have been craving for years and years, which is why the sport has grown so much, or one reason why it's grown so much. So yeah, fantastic opportunity.
Can you give us a little sense of your training for an event like this, as someone who holds down a full-time job, has a little side hustle in broadcasting? You know, you've got a lot on your plate and a family man, and you're still finding the hours to train.
Yeah, and it is because the sport requires a mix of strength and endurance and power and speed. There's always more training that can be done in a way. So yeah, it can take a lot of time and dedication, but at the same time, you can enter it without needing to dedicate all your life to it as well.
The French really know how to put on a party, don't they? Look at the dancers on the grid, getting us all ready for what's to come. As the music goes up, we've got Brazil coming into the stadium right now. Oh, honestly, I mean, this time last year, we looked at this period of time, didn't we? And we were a bit tucked away in the commentary booth. But right now, it really feels like we're racking smack bang in the middle of it.
Yeah, we are. I feel like there's a lot more spectators here, like the non-athlete spectators here tonight, in a sign, really, of how the sport's grown, and they know there'll be a great race to watch. And also, like, you know, supporting their friends and family that are here at a World Championships.
Now, let's turn our attention to the Elite 15 race, because it is the crown of the jewel that is this weekend at the moment. And there's been a couple of notable admissions that has come as a bit of a surprise on the men's field. Can you talk us through them?
Yeah, so there's been a few late changes to the lineup due to injuries, unfortunately. So Tim Vinic has pulled out today due to injury, which it must be devastating for him anyway, but he had to do that very late in the day last year before the World Championships. He's being replaced by Tobias Lautvijn, and then Lucas Storath, who only recently qualified for this race in Anaheim a few weeks ago, has had to pull out, and he's been replaced by Colin Stiefer.
Colin Stiefer, who landed a mere 4 hours ago from Tennessee. So a very late change there, but nothing we're not used to, given Manchester last year, James Kelly stepping in for Tim again. But we are heartbroken for those two gentlemen. As we look at the field racing in the elite men, Hunter McIntyre right on top of the pile after his qualification in Stockholm. Ryan Kent, Bo Wills, Michael Sandbach, Dylan Scott, Alexander Ronchevich, of course, Australia won in front of a home crowd, a real moment for him. But now these are the best in the world vying for a gold medal and the opportunity to call themselves Hyrox World Champion. How tough is the task ahead?
It's very tough, even like with late changes, all these things. The standard is still incredibly high in this race, and like it's very hard to call who's going to win it. It's certainly impossible to call who's going to come last in this, because there are no weak athletes in this race whatsoever. Yeah, very high standard.
Honestly, it has been typified by the fact that at every single major we have had this year, and we have travelled the length and the breadth of the world, and we have had a different winner every single time. I mean, what does that say to the depth in the sport? Yeah,
it's huge, and we'll see 15 athletes here tonight, but there are lots more knocking on the door trying to get into this Elite 15 that could certainly hold their own in this race tonight. Yeah, we've seen 4 major winners in the 4 major races that we've had. That sort of lends credit to the strength. Like, it's hard to call any race because the standard is so high, and who has a good day on the day can grab it.
It's honestly, it's all about race day and execution, and we saw that in the opening race of the season in Chicago, where Ryan Kent laid down a marker.
Yeah, very early in the season, and it was at the time it was one of the fastest times we'd ever seen. He looked like he was cruising in that race. Very strong, and then also we saw 2 other athletes behind him that performed very well. But yeah, one of the best times we'd ever seen at that point in the year.
Throughout the majors, we've not seen a lot of Hunter McIntyre, but he did turn up in Stockholm just before Christmas. And not only did he come to compete and take the win, but he also set a new world record. But was it enough to only race that one major to then turn up at the World Championships? Like, that's kind of what remains to be seen. Yeah, that remains
to be seen. At the time, he said he was still in his beer drinking season when he set that world record. We have seen him a few weeks ago in Anaheim as a bit of presumably a warm-up race for tonight, but otherwise we've not seen him in an individual race, whereas some other athletes have raced a huge number of times. Now, whether that benefits him, whether that's what he likes to do, or whether it could come back to hit him, we'll find out.
I mean, a record of 53.22 is the time to beat, and he said in his post-race interview in Stockholm that he believes that will be possible. but our record's able to be beaten in a World Championship race.
We'll see. I mean, the course plays a part, like how athletes are feeling on the day. He's here to win this race tonight. He's not necessarily here to set a world record. I mean, obviously he'd like that, but he's here to win this race. So we'll see. But I mean, it certainly can be done. I think he'll almost have to go close because of the strength of the field if he wants to win tonight, because there are others, I think, that are capable of breaking that world record tonight as well.
We then moved on as a party to Vienna. And of course, there was a hometown hero in Alexander Rončević.
I got Byron with me today, racing the doubles. Byron, just a quick question. Who's the strongest nation at the World Championship?
I mean, there's a lot of good nations, but England is by far the strongest here.
Oh, and we're with Till. I'm so sorry. About that, guys. That was obviously a really nice interview that we completely missed. But going back to Alexander Rončević, he is probably Hunter's most likely competitor. I'm saying that with trepidation because I don't think you can call it immediately. But is it fair to say these two guys are going to have a bit of a battle out there today?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say he's his most obvious competitor. You mentioned that race in Vienna in his hometown where he dominated the race at the time it was the second fastest time we'd ever seen, and it looked like he was cruising to victory. It looked very, very easy for him. He was waving at the crowd at the time. You know, he walked across the finishing line, a lot of smiles. He put on a show that night, and since then we've seen him in other races, like in Cologne, where he broke the open world record, the mixed doubles world record, in times that are like beyond like most people's comprehension in reality. So he's in very, very, very good shape. I think it's the closest he's ever been to being able to win a world championship. So yeah, it would be, you know, it's certainly in with a shout.
We just saw Christian Tuschka, the co-owner and man behind this great machine, go through the screen there as well. He's also enjoying the Walk of Nations, holding a placard for a country. How great is that all the owners are so deeply involved in the sport? Oh,
yeah, he absolutely loves it. I mean, he must love seeing how this sport that he's created has grown. And nights like tonight must be very special for him, yeah.
So, the final stop, DC, before we got to the LCQs, Dylan Scott, our final winner of a major, he hasn't come out of nowhere. He was in Manchester, he competed in Chicago, but he really hit a stride and a bout of form. Can that form and that peak, do you think, carry into this weekend?
I think it can. Like you said, we've known Dylan is a very good athlete for a long time. He's young, but he's very, very good. We know he puts in an incredible amount of work, like hours and hours into his training, and it felt like he actually raced just before that Washington race and done a very, very good time, and then he dominated the field in Washington in, again, a good time. It felt like his fitness had gone up a level and his body had responded to all that training he was doing. So if he's been able to continue on that trajectory, like, he's one to watch tonight for sure.
So you get the sense when we're travelling the world and going to racing together that we all know each other really well. And whilst me and Greg have had a few too many coffee stops, actually it turns out that some of our biggest names in the field don't know each other all that well. So we sent Hunter McIntyre and Alexander Rončević to find out a little bit more about each other.
McIntyre. Alex Rončević.
All right. Who is the better runner?
I think.
Who is stronger? Who works out more?
I think. I don't really know what he does at all. You never post anything on social media. I don't know what he does.
That's the best strategy.
You don't
need
know.
to train together.
Yeah.
And we'll see.
Who drinks more alcohol?
Do you drink?
Almost nothing.
I got cigars, dude. I get this off camera.
Who has a bigger sweet tooth?
I don't really like candy. I think sugar is good fuel, but I get sugar through like jam and honey and shit like that. But if you gave me a bucket full of candy, I'd throw it out.
I can't have a meal without something sweet.
Really?
Afterwards. No chance.
I put honey in my coffee. That's about it. I don't like it. You give me a ribeye, I'll fight to the death for that steak.
Who takes more gym selfies?
Oh, fuck. I don't think I've ever seen a picture of you with your shirt off, unless it was candidly. I'm so vain.
Who do you think will be racing in the Elite 15 the longest? is the most competitive?
I have a problem.
Yeah, we all have.
Yeah.
Who is more likely to cry at a movie?
Dude. wait. Yeah. Dude, you know what's so fucked up? Like you watch like Last Samurai or something, or like a Braveheart, and I'm just like,
Gladiator.
yeah. I don't know why. Like if I watch someone die in front of me, I wouldn't cry. But like those scenes where it's like a pump up scene,
Yeah, you
going
feel
into
it.
battle,
It's yeah.
you're like, oh my gosh.
Gotcha, I understand it, yeah.
No,
Who owns more shoes?
I feel like you've got like style and you've got shoes. I think maybe, unfortunately, I have like a closet full of them too, which is kind of weird. Training shoes, but regular shoes, him for
I don't count them, but they're
training shoes.
and everything. That's
Yeah, I feel like this guy's got style.
Who would survive and last longer on a deserted island?
Oh, let's go, dude.
that's no question.
I would eat people alive if I had to.
Who spends more time on social media?
Oh, sadly, me, dude. It's such a shit. I wish I had his life.
Who talks more trash?
He's too polite.
Who will break the next world record? Who will become the next world champion?
Jim!
Let's go.
Well, you get a real sense there of the competitiveness between two of the most ferocious athletes in the entire field. Now, I'm delighted to be joined by Jakob Olsen, who is a race director here at Hyrox and also on the judging team tonight, to take us through a little bit of information about what to look for when it comes to penalties, because it has been a certain issue that has cropped up over the course of the majors season. Greg, perhaps you'd like to take it away.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a number of rules in this sport at every station, but some of the major areas where we've seen like athletes get penalties or be called up, firstly would be at the sled pull. So at the sled pull, what are you looking for mainly, like the calls and athletes and penalties?
Well, so mainly on the sled pull, what we're looking for is the box where the athletes are supposed to be when they pull. It's 180 meters deep, and usually what we have a problem with is the athletes stepping on the back line. So that's what they got to watch out for today.
Okay, and do they get a warning if they're getting close to that, if they're stepping on the line? Is it over the line, on the line?
Exactly right. So first they get one warning, and after that they will get the penalty, which is 5 meters in the end of the sled pull. So they will do all the sled pull, and in the end they'll do additionally 5 more.
Okay, so that can be quite a costly penalty if that happens, right?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay, so that's the sled pull, and then the next station where it can have some issues is on the burpee broad jumps. Can you tell us what you're looking for on there?
Yeah, for sure. Burpees, there are 2 main points. One is when you step up off the burpee, you're not allowed to step in front of your fingertips where you place them when you were down on your stomach. Secondly, when you land, usually athletes have so much momentum that they will place their fingertips way further in front of their feet, which is also gaining ground where you shouldn't, because there's no effort involved. So that's what we're looking for mainly in the burpees.
Okay, and what sort of distance is allowable from the foot to the hand placement?
Excuse me, one more time.
What sort of distance is allowable from the foot to the hand placement?
So from where the athletes land, they can have 1 foot of their own foot. So usually you will see the judges put their own foot, and they will see if the athlete's hand will be inside of that measurement, and then you will take the athlete's shoe size to account.
Okay, great. And then the final station would be the wall balls. And there's a couple of issues that can come up there. Can you tell us what you're looking for there?
Yeah, so wall balls, of course, we've got the depth, which is also always a hot topic. And this time we have the new system that we're trying to get to work really well, which is the screens. So all the judges will have iPads. We will do no reps on the iPads. We will have a display for everyone viewing, and we can focus more on the squat and less on the targets, because the target will be electric and actually have sensors, so we know that it actually touches. So it's mainly squat, but of course we need to see that it actually hit the target on the right spot.
Okay, and the screens are great because they'll be able to show the athletes how many reps they've had, how many no reps they've had. If they're getting no reps at the time, that will feed it back to them on the screen, yeah?
Yes, exactly. So we will deduct from the screen, and they will know in the end when it hits 100, it will actually be 100 if the technique works out, yes.
Okay, brilliant.
We are so excited to see those screens debuted here at the World Championships. Jakob, thank you so much for your expertise. We'll let you get off and get on with your real job. But he's very good on television, isn't he? We'll have him back. Greg, penalties have cropped up in previous events, and they're stricter than ever when it comes to the Elite 15. So what can athletes be doing to manage, especially when you're in that whirlwind of chaos that is the World Championship race?
It's the whirlwind of chaos when you're very, very tired as well, and you know you've got to do everything you can to try and win this race. So you want to push the edge as much as you can while staying in the rules. But you do have to be careful. The sled pull in particular, we talked about the penalty there. It's essentially 5 metres one way, 5 metres the other, which can maybe cost you 45 seconds to a minute in this race, which, you know, in a race of this calibre can probably kill your race. And we've seen that in some of the last chance qualifiers where an athlete just stepped over the back of their box and got a penalty, and their race was almost over, really, as a result.
I mean, honestly, looking back on Jezebel Kramer's sled pull where that happened and it cost her an entire season, just goes to show exactly how important it is. And honestly, Meg and Lauren, over the course of their careers, have ran extra laps and missed entries to workouts. And you've got to minimise it all. But also experience now plays a part in that as well, and how we have revolutionised the major racing system and how regularly we are at the top level.
Yeah, experience does play a part, and it's easy to make mistakes in this sport, not just on the penalties, like you say, running an incorrect number of laps, doing things in the wrong order, like simple mistakes. But when you're really, really tired in the depths of the race, and like there's so much going on around you, it's noisy and there's crowds and there's visual, everything going on, it's easy to make a mistake. So things like that can cost someone a race.
They do happen, but they are getting better and better, aren't they? Every single time, every single year, we seem to have a more structure and make our judges' lives that much easier. But we have our man Till out in the crowd, and he has picked up a very special guest.
And look who I found, Alex Rankovic, the man from Austria, aus Österreich. Alex, how high are the spirits? We're less than an hour away from your start. How are you feeling?
It's just crazy, like being again on World Champs here in Nice. Once again, Hyrox stepped up their game. It's crazy seeing all these people here. The event's gonna be like very fast. The runs are very long. The sleds are heavy, and yeah, we're gonna see a great race tonight.
No doubt about that, and super cool. You took the time despite racing. Why did you want to be with all the Austrians just now? Why was it important to you?
I mean, as long as I know I'm a sportsman and I love the sportsmanship, I love my team. I'm an Austrian. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to represent my country, and it's part of the game.
There you have it. Good luck, Alex, tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that was Alexander Rončević. What a season he has had. Let's look towards the women's race. That is, of course, the first on our roster for this afternoon, and there is so much to talk about. But how did we get here, Greg? 4 majors and 2 women who have really dominated. This is the start list, though. If we go through it, there are names that have jumped out. None, though, in terms of late replacement, thank heavens. But Megan Jacoby at the top of that list, Michaela Norman, Lauren Weeks. I mean, those are 3 pretty formidable women in themselves. But Meg and Lauren, what a battle all year. Yeah,
all year. Like we said, on the men's side with the majors, we saw 4 different winners. In the women's side, we've just seen Megan or Lauren win each race. So it's really been an incredible battle between the 2 of those. It's very hard to call like who's going to show up on the day and who's going to dominate that race. At the start of the season, it was Megan. You know, we saw Megan in Chicago look unbelievably impressive, dominate the race. You know, Lauren still set very good time, but Megan was just streaks ahead of her. And then shortly afterwards in Stockholm, we saw similar again. Megan breaking the world record on that day, Lauren behind her again. But then since then, the story's changed a little.
That is live pictures of Lauren Weeks warming up in the top of the venue. Alina Villeneuve as well. I mean, I said there was no late additions because there was none today, unlike the men's race. However, there have been some in the dying moments building up to race day, Alina Villeneuve being one of them.
Yeah. Alina came in for Rebecca Mason. So Rebecca Mason, who qualified in Stockholm, she was the one of the British athletes that was going to be here tonight. Unfortunately, injury has kept her out. So Alina Villeneuve, who has really had a strong season and been at several of the majors and performed impressively, will be replacing her tonight.
We talk about that just as Germany comes past us in the Walk of Nations. Possibly one of the biggest cohorts of athletes that we do have in Nice with us this weekend. Third behind USA and the United Kingdom, but obviously the birthplace of the sport. It's got a real solid following, shall we say. Yeah. It's great to see everyone out there and enjoying their moment. But let's head back to Lauren Weeks and Meg Jacobi. It's been tit for tat. Is there any separator between them when we come into this race?
It's hard to say. I mean, in the most recent races, it's Lauren that has won the last two majors, that has dominated the races. But like I said, Megan won the first two, so it's very hard to call. It's one of those that comes down to the day. You know, how they feeling on the day, how they perform on the day, how they execute their strategy, what their preparation for this has been like. They both had to travel, obviously, from America for this, so jet lag can be a factor. Will that play a part? Vienna is when we really last saw them against each other, which is like 3-4 months ago now. So they've had a solid training block since then. So again, it comes down to how that's gone. Very, very hard to call between the two of them.
Megan Jacobi there. No missing that blonde bombshell as she warms up ahead of the race. The running between Lauren and Megan, I would argue not much separates it.
No, it doesn't. It's not like we can say, oh, this athlete is going to definitely be stronger on this station or this station. They're both really, really good runners, probably the two strongest runners in the women's field. And then they both like to go out fast. It's not like, you know, they try and pace it and leave it towards the end or anything like that. They both go out very hot. They're both strong athletes, physically strong athletes, so perform well on the sled. So, no, very little separates them at all in reality.
I mean, even when you look at them head-to-head, and it was Lauren breaking Meg's record, but only by a number of seconds. That's how close this is. Do you think we might see a sub-58? Or is that maybe a little bit bolshy of me to suggest?
Lauren's 58.03 in Vienna was incredible, really. It's not that long ago at all when we were questioning, would it ever be possible for a woman to break 60 minutes? And now here we are, like not too long after, talking about can they break 58 minutes, which is a significant difference. I think we can. We've never seen two women in the same race break 60 minutes. I think there's a very, very big chance we can see that tonight. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how it plays out.
And of course, the woman herself, the world record holder, not quite Megan Jacobi this time, but Lauren Weeks. She's defending her world championship, and we had an opportunity to have a little catch-up only yesterday to find out exactly how she's feeling going into one of the biggest races of her life. Lauren, you're defending a title, and it's not a position that you haven't been in before. But does it feel any different this time around?
I think there are multiple women that can take that top spot. So I think instead of like some years that there might only be like 2 or 3, I think there's probably more like a handful that could take that top spot. So when you're thinking about defending, you're now trying to defend against like the whole field versus just like 2 people. So.
You've been on like this incredibly crazy journey with this sport, being one of kind of the first dominant females, one of the longest running in the field. Do you feel like you've grown with it?
Oh, 100%. I've grown with the sport in so many different ways, just like in confidence and experience and knowledge, and learning how to like run faster has been definitely something that I've had to work on. This is my 5th year in the sport, and it's been enlightening.
It's not just you who's been on this journey, it's your entire family. Yeah. From, should we start with Vegas and you inspiring generations of women that what you're capable of even through pregnancy?
That's definitely my favorite event, and to be able to do that and showcase like the strength of women, and that you can still like work towards goals, you can still make progress, and if anything, it's helping you just stay healthy through the pregnancy. So just to show that I had been able to keep training and have a place to showcase that was really special.
How have you felt your year has been? The majors and the change of structure and the build up to Worlds, you've been at every single race and it's been a great battle between you and Meg.
Yeah, I didn't even expect to be at every single race. I wasn't sure I would. I wanted to get a qualifier early, and then I just couldn't take myself away like from racing. Whenever I'd get the email 2 weeks out, like, "Are you gonna come?" I'd be like, "Yeah, I want to go." Yeah, I want to go. But it's been great. Like it's been a really good year. It's been cool to see that I'm still able to find places that I can progress in. I think it's hard when you feel like you're stagnant. So feeling that I am finding ways to still chip away time is fun.
It was Vienna where you obliterated the world record.
I wouldn't say obliterated.
Yeah, well, we broke it. But we're 3 seconds away from a sub 58. It's pretty good. Where did that performance come from?
Honestly, I don't know, because leading up into like the lead up into that race, I didn't feel like I was ready to pop a race. I felt very like calm. Maybe that's the key, like just very calm and controlled. And I didn't even realize, or my body didn't realize that it was race day when it was race day. Like there were no jitters. So I think maybe just being collected was very helpful.
So Lily had her first race in 2022.
Yes.
Did she go to World Championships last year on the sideline?
She was not. This is her first
So this
one.
is her first
Yeah.
World Championships.
Yeah.
What is it about that drives you in terms of what you want to show her?
I think it's more showing her like the work and dedication leading up to it and less about the actual day.
Yeah.
It's just having her here, we just want her to be a part of it for the day, but showing her is all the days leading up into today. And then I guess what I would be showing her tomorrow is like, this is the celebration of all the hard work that you put in.
It is a terrifying concept, isn't it, Greg, that Lauren Weeks thinks there is more to improve on.
I think that's a big thing she loves about this game, like the constant and never-ending improvement. I think that's an element she really enjoys. So yeah, it could be interesting to see just how far she can go in this.
Well, from the USA to their nearest neighbours, our man Tilshenk has caught up with Team Canada.
All right, I'm here with the prettiest boy band of the evening, Team Canada.
Yes,
can I get some noise, boys?
Right.
Which nation is going to take the most world titles this weekend?
It's obviously going to be Canada.
Obviously going to be Canada. Now, I have a question. You know, being an ignorant European, I thought cowboy hats are a thing for like Montana, Texas, and so on. What's the story behind Canada and cowboy hats? We're going to show you guys in a second.
Actually, Canada started the cowboy hats because we have We have the most beautiful women, and you can see from right here. Ladies, come on over. Come on over. Come on. Show them why cowboy hats belong in Canada.
So there you have it, everybody. Canadians are responsible not only for maple syrup, but cowboy hats as well.
Cowboy hats and maple syrup. And also in the Elite 15, Maria Fetchik, who this time last year was not racing Elite 15. She was in the pro race and landed second on the podium. And it is a trend, right, Greg, that podium now all up in the Elite 15 and fighting for top spots amongst the best in the world.
Yeah, the top three in the age group categories in Manchester last year will all be racing tonight. And I believe that they all said to each other on that podium, we'll be in the Elite 15 next year. And they've worked so hard to get here. Maria, who you just touched on, only qualified in Anaheim 3 weeks ago for this race in a really impressive showing on the wall balls at the end. So, but yeah, lovely to see them all get here.
Of course, Zara Piergiani and Camila Massa, the two others with her on that podium. But let's take a look at the contenders. We've spoken a lot about Lauren and Meg, but there are so many women who could actually stake a claim for top three.
Yeah. I mean, firstly, Linda Meyer deserves a mention. Absolutely, she finished third in the first 3 majors of the season, but then actually managed to beat Megan in the final major in Washington DC. She's a previous world record holder. She's been in the sport a long time. She's a very, very impressive athlete, and her running has certainly improved in recent times. It feels like she's the athlete certainly knocking on the door of those two. If anyone can win or break up that two, it's certainly her. I mean, there are other athletes. Lauren Griffith, for example, is one of the fastest athletes that we've seen in the field. So yeah, some of those athletes, and Vivian Tafuto as well, who finished 4th in the European and North American Championships, she can do it.
I want to jump back to Linda Meyer. We got very overexcited there and told everything about absolutely everyone, but Linda Meyer really gave a great account of herself when she took on Megan Jacoby in the run, overtook her to come second in DC. That kind of ambition from Linda, I feel, is something that we haven't seen in the last couple of years, since we potentially last saw her on a podium at a World Championships.
Yeah, I think that was the question mark. Does Linda have the grit, and how badly does she want it to be competing and try and push herself into those top 2? It feels like she has the potential to do it. And did she have the grit? If she showed that in Washington, or signs of that, you can see there her time of 1:01:02 would have been a world record not too long ago in this women's field. And then the head-to-head there, we're looking up against Vivian Tafuto. Vivian getting a bit of a name for herself in finishing 4th quite regularly. Finished 4th in Manchester last year at the World Championships. Strong athlete, not necessarily the same type of athlete as Linda, but she's very strong, very good on the ergs, good on the sleds. So, and she's another one that can push into that top 3 and get a podium spot tonight.
Yeah, and a massive background in experiencing top-level competition when it comes to kind of fitness racing in general, not just Hyrox. Yeah. That kind of Spartan-esque history, how does it play into being prepared for big moments like this in this sport? Yeah, and I mean, she's grown up in a sporting family. She was a swimmer when she was younger. She competed at the US Olympic trials in swimming. She's been surrounded by sport and high-level sport for all of her life. So she's used to this kind of environment and competing at a top level. So I don't think she'll be fazed by this sort of occasion by any means. My favourite thing is how relaxed she so regularly seems in the build-up to big events, to the point where she was asking Instagram what her workout song should be. You know what it is, don't you? Yeah. We Will Rock You. We Will Rock You. And you know what she's going to do, don't you? She wants the crowd to join in, right? Right, so, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this on your phones in the crowd, which you probably aren't because you're enjoying the spectacle, or you're at home, guess what? Everyone knows the moves to We Will Rock You. Jump on in. We'll be joining in. We will absolutely be joining in. Well, Vivian Tafuto, on slightly, perhaps, to someone like Camila Massa, she had a couple of moments over the course of the season where we thought, wow. And then she had almost some interesting moments where she had to re-look at how she was training. But we've spoken to her in the build-up to this race, and her partner, Luca, have really dialed in. She got the qualification in Anaheim, and she is here to do some business. Yeah, she means business. We touched on it earlier that she won the age group in Manchester last year, and since then, she has been so determined to break into that elite 15. We saw her in the majors, and it didn't quite happen for her for numerous reasons. I think she broke her finger in the first race in Chicago. Still performed really strongly in that race, but ultimately that was, that really impacted her. She's had penalties, she's made mistakes in some majors. She finally got that qualification in Anaheim recently in a very impressive time, like a significant PB for her. So we know she's doing well. And like you said, made some significant changes to her training, which I think has been working even harder than she already was. But it looks like it's paying dividends. I mean, if we talk about significant changes to training, and generally significant changes to outlook, Michaela Norman has got to be an athlete that comes to mind. She has had the 2 years of hell, I think is the best way to describe it. Multiple health issues, from her myocarditis and the inflammation of her heart that took her out of World Championships last year. She had a burn on her leg that got infected. She's had anemia. She's had all sorts of joint issues that she's had to look after. And she's coming out today as an athlete and a competitor, a fierce competitor, knowing that maybe she isn't 100%. But after missing last year, the journey to get here and be on this stage, how impressed are you by her strength of will?
Yeah, she's an unbelievable athlete. Like we've seen her come into the sport. In her first race, she actually broke the world record at the time and like blew everyone away. And then like really since then almost, she has struggled with her health, like one thing after another. She's like a very high volume training athlete. On her day, if she's in very, very good health, she is one that could win this race tonight. But I mean, she came out recently and said like she's not at 100%. I don't think she's expecting to be at 100% tonight. But on her day, she certainly could be. Yeah.
So Armand Till, he has caught up with someone else, and it's someone else who secured her ticket at the last chance qualifier at the very last minute.
Antje Hart is one of our German athletes. Antje, welcome first of all. You had a rough start into the season and then took the last chance qualifier in Anaheim. You're here. How are you feeling just moments before the race?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, sometimes I feel good, sometimes I don't. And I think everyone feels the same, like pretty nervous, to be honest.
Going into the race after that season, are there expectations? What would you like to achieve today?
I mean, if I come top 10, I would be really happy. I know I can do it, but yeah, every other athlete can do too. So yeah, I try my best.
Favorite workout out of the 8?
Sled push.
Sled push. Watch her. All right, Antje, good luck.
Anya Hardy's there, having to travel all the way to US to secure her place. And I chatted to her earlier in the week, and she told me that because of her injuries over the course of the season, another one who's been unlucky, she didn't see Cologne as a viable opportunity, so pushed it, chanced the jet lag, and it paid off. Very easy to say afterwards, but how much of a risk, given what we've seen of jet lag, do you think that was?
It's a risk. It was a last chance qualifier, and it was her last chance to do it, and she obviously felt it was worth it, but it was a risk. But going back to what we were originally saying about how badly athletes want to be in this race and they're willing to travel across the world to do it and pay thousands of pounds to go and do it, and she was one of those that went and done it, and she did the job on the day. But yeah, it's a sign that people really want to do this, because she travelled from Mallorca all the way to Anaheim, risked the jet lag, and got the job done.
It was really impressive. Let's delve into the last chance qualifiers, because for the women it actually supplied a vast quantity of the field, and the concept of it was racing in pro open races rather than on grid. So it was a very different circumstance, and it was all out. But we saw someone like Kate Davies, Zara Piergiani, Jana Liebenstedt all secure tickets in Cologne. And I mean, if we jump in on Jana, it was a name we had never come across before.
No, we knew there was a lot of athletes there, a lot of very, very strong athletes, and it was going to be a great fight on the day. But Jana was one that, like you said, we hadn't been expecting. We've seen her in the doubles, doing very, very good times in the doubles, but the doubles is a different race. You know, it does better suit the runners, which she is certainly a very, very strong runner. But she came second on that day and looked incredibly impressive. Like, it is her running that is her strength. She's got work to do on the stations probably if she wants to like be in the top podium spots in this race, but it'll be interesting to see what she's been able to do since Cologne. Now, unfortunately, it sounds like she's broke her finger, and that's hugely impacted what she's been able to do in her training. But yeah, in terms of what she did in Cologne, that was very impressive.
I mean, you say broke her finger. She only had surgery 2 days ago, which is, sorry, 2 weeks ago. Wow, that was a really fast turnaround. 2 weeks ago she had surgery, and having spoken to her, I know that she's really keen to be out there. It's strapped up, she feels good, but there'll be certain movements that are going to take its toll. Farmer's carry being one of them, Warbills being one of them.
Yeah, and in reality, like almost all the stations, like you need your hand to some extent. Like the ski, the sled pull, like you said, the farmers, even the burpees. You know, it's. I mean, some of it's going to be just going through the pain barrier, but it will impact her race, I would have thought.
So whilst people may not all be at 100% health, there is a huge amount of motivation in this race. Can you even put into words what it's like on that start line? I appreciate maybe not in the Elite 15, but having done so many community races around the globe, what's that feeling like?
I think the sign of what's happening in here tonight, where there's thousands of people here, travelled from across the world, it means so much to everyone. And some of it is like you against you and just trying to perform to your best and get your own personal best time, like do yourself proud. And then there are others here that want to become world champion, whether that's world champion of their age group, of their division, or world champion of Hyrox in the Elite 15s. But it means a lot to really everyone in here tonight.
Another woman who has always been on the cusp, but never, well, earlier in her career did, but has now had to juggle jobs and all sorts. Viola Oberlander. She landed quite late in the scheme of things compared to the rest of the field, but she's got an opportunity to take a spot on that podium, as do actually a good majority of the field, given how the depth is. But how do athletes manage having that full-time job whilst also competing at this Elite 15 level, and is it even possible?
It's very hard. Viola's been around the sport since the start. She's got a job. She's a high-volume athlete. She puts in a lot of hours to her training. In recent World Championships, there's maybe been like one reason or another where she's not been able to perform as well as she'd want to. I think, she had COVID at one point. She had a minor injury before Manchester last year, but she still performed strongly. But on her day, with full fitness and a good training block behind her, she can be in the mix for this. And you touching on like how they manage it with their full-time job and everything. I mean, it's becoming increasingly hard because they are putting in more and more hours into their training. As the sport grows and as the standard grows, they know it's harder to break into this Elite 15, and they're just having to juggle that, and that is becoming harder.
It's so interesting watching them warm up. And we just panned over rather quickly Lauren Griffith, who you did allude to earlier. She's actually working with Lauren Weeks under the Hybrid Engine coaching brand. How do you think they manage when you're out on the floor with someone who you coach but also need to compete against? It's such an interesting dynamic. And actually the beauty of this sport is the friendship and the rivalry.
Yeah. I think they're very good friends. It must be strange competing against each other in a way. I mean, they're coached by Lauren Weeks' husband, Anthony Pericini. Lauren Griffith has improved significantly in the last year. We've seen like her times come down. She's now one of the top performing athletes ever in terms of time. She had a great battle with Amy Bevilacqua in Washington to claim her spot. She's an athlete that is on a really strong trajectory with her times and her performances. She's one like it's exciting to see her race every time, just to see what she's going to be capable of next time she races. I know Anthony feels that she can potentially, I heard her say on a podcast that she could potentially break 60 minutes tonight. Whether she can or not, we'll see.
We spoke about strength of will, but Lauren Griffith, when she fainted in Vienna, yet got back up and obviously once cleared by medical professionals, finished her race. Yeah. What does that tell you about her ability to drive through?
Yeah, she's amazing grit. She got up, she finished her race, she went and did the wall balls unbroken on the day, and it was interesting, that I think that moment as well, because in the previous race wall balls hadn't been her strong point. And then in this race, she passed out, got up and done the wall balls unbroken. And I think that gave her belief going forward that she can do anything in this sport. Then the next day, it's probably worth mentioning, is when she got up and broke the women's doubles world record with Lauren Weeks as well. So, yeah, unbelievable, really.
Really cool that breaking the women's doubles world record means that she is actually racing the women's doubles here in World Championships alongside the Elite 15 with Lauren Weeks. So whilst we won't be providing live stream coverage, we will be bringing all of the highlights via our incredible content team here at Hyrox. But Lauren Griffith and that dynamic with Lauren Weeks, there is something special at the hybrid engine, and someone who you know very well in Kate Davey, having just joined that group as well. Something about powerful women all coming together. It's wonderful, formidable, but the friendships amongst the people that do this sport seem to outweigh anything that happens on racetrack.
Yeah, there's a lot of friendship and respect on the women's side in particular. Like they get on very well. I think there's a good community between them. I think they all spur each other on. They all appreciate that they're doing this together, and they're finding out what they're capable of. It's an exciting time to be part of the sport. So it's it's very, very supportive on that side of things, and we've seen. For example, like Antje Hardis was coming in Manchester last year, and all the other finishes surrounded her at the wall balls and supported her. Very, very supportive. They're obviously competitive between themselves, but there's a lot of friendship as well.
We have Spain entering the chat and bringing all of the noise and vibes as we are getting into the S's of our Walk of Nations. This is a huge amount of wonderfulness, and from Spain to Italy, let's head on down to Till, or up, as that is where the warm-up area is, to catch up with one of our favourite Italians.
Camilla Massa with me. She was just saying it's a good day, and it really is a good day to be a good day. Is today going to be a good day for you?
It's going to be the best day of the season, for sure, for all of us. We are here to celebrate.
What would make today the best day for you once you cross the finish line?
I mean, the win.
But you had a little bit, not the start into the season you won it, then you took one of the last chances, you qualified here. How big is the confidence now going into the race here today?
Yes, I got a very weird season. I started the season very fit, but I broke my finger, and I paid for it. But then Vienna was a big opportunity for me to get back on my feet and learn something, and I learned it.
Well, I have a feeling Italy is one to watch today. Camilla, good luck for your race.
Thank you so much.
She's one powerful lady, and she seems completely at ease. It's almost like a different Camilla Massa than what we've seen across the year. She's gone on a bit of a journey, and she seems so confident.
She does. She's really wanted to be here tonight, and yeah, since she got that qualifying spot, she seemed very relaxed. That's obviously because she's got the spot, but obviously she knows her fitness is in a very good place. She dominated that race in Anaheim to qualify for tonight in a significant PB, like I said. So she's confident because she's here, but also she knows she's in good shape for it as well.
Yeah, and she looks it, and she looks... Yeah. I'm excited to see her race out there. But from one woman brewing with confidence to another who is exactly the same, and honestly she's been a joy to be around over the course of the majors season. I believe Till has Meg Jacobi.
It is getting hot in the warm-up zone here, starting to break a sweat. Megan, how are you feeling just basically moments before the race?
I feel really good. My daughter's here. Year 2 for me. So yeah, just ready to get out there. Nothing to lose.
So we've been speculating all week. What is the #1 pre-race food that's going to make you fast in the race?
I had a donut today. Carbs, sugars. Not something I typically do, but you know, YOLO.
Well, we'll find out for sure. What would make you happy today?
I want a podium, top 3 for sure. Top 2 is more ideal. Came in second last year, so I don't want to be, lower than that. But having my mom and my daughter here and so much support, so much love, so many friends, it feels like a win already. So.
Ooh, I think she's holding back in the interview. Megan, good luck for today.
Thank you.
I mean, she touches on it, but this isn't just a journey for the athletes, is it, Greg? It's an entire family occasion, especially like Meg, like Lauren. You have got little girls and boys to think about as well.
Yeah.
For them To be out running and showing that strong is beautiful and powerful, the impact it has on their kids, it feels like it's a real undercurrent of the women who run in this sport.
Yeah, I think they see themselves as inspiration for children, and they are, like, to continually, like, push themselves and see what they're capable of, and when they lose a race, not to let it get them down and get up again and come back and want to win and do this sport and stay fit. I think they're a real inspiration for their families, but children really all over the world that are watching this.
Not just that, but actually how women are treated and how to treat everyone else, and the friendship between women. I think that's such a key part of what it means to be a pro-level Hyrox athlete. And if you're not part of that club, then you're kind of almost not part of this club, right?
Yeah.
I mean, another woman, very much so, Amy Belvalacqua, you've mentioned her earlier, but she has many children, and she's one of the oldest in the field. Poor woman's age keeps going up and up and up every time we speak about her. But what an impressive athlete to go through, like, most of her life and then be at the peak of the sport at what, the age of 50?
50, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, 50, incredible. Like, so she's the fastest 50-year-old we've ever seen. Obviously, she's the oldest athlete we've ever seen in the Elite 15. She's a mum of 5 children. What she's done is unbelievable, and in the past year, her times have continued to improve as well. Like, it's not like she's going backwards at all. She's getting better and better with pretty much every race. Very impressive athlete. She made a slight mistake actually in Anaheim, which cost her sometimes. We know she can go faster than what she did there. She can be, like, in the mix tonight with it, which is unbelievable that I'm saying that about a 50-year-old mum of 5 children, but we are.
I kind of enjoy, though, that the average age at the moment is probably mid-30s, right? For our female field. It's not like this is a young person's sport. There's many years across multiple domains that lead to the success that we see of our female athletes. And I feel like as the sport progresses, it's only going to go down. But right now, you could do this well into your 50s and be very, very good.
Yeah, you can. And last year we saw 4 athletes in the Elite 15 that are over 40 years old. We were saying to an athlete that we coach earlier that I think she's 25, that she's still got years ahead of her until she's at her peak in this sport. And I think that this unique blend of endurance and strength does seem to be lending itself to slightly older athletes than you might see in other sports. So, yeah, it's really interesting.
Do you think it's about volume training? Do you think it's about running? What maybe is behind, like, having time in this arena?
I'm not entirely sure, in all honesty. I think with it's more endurance based than maybe like other functional fitness sports that we might see. And I think endurance are slightly older athletes. I'm not sure. I mean, whether 30, I think it's 33, 34 that is the average age of the athletes tonight. Whether that comes down in future years, like, remains to be seen. But yeah, it's certainly not just a really young person's game at the moment.
Very cool, as is all of Team USA. I don't know why I have to say it in that voice, it just happened. But they are all making their way into the arena. The stars and stripes up on the big screen. And amongst them, a lot of very prominent people who are going to be racing this weekend. But it's off the back of an incredible weekend in New York. And we all watch from afar going, oh, I wish we could be there. But it saw some massive names from outside of sport, outside of this sport, start to get involved.
Yeah. I mean, Lance Armstrong is the obvious one. More and more, as this sport grows, we're seeing, like, big name athletes, big name celebrities come in and compete and give it a go, test themselves. But yeah, we saw Lance Armstrong compete in really, really impressive venue in New York last weekend, and I think that got even more eyes on the sport in America, really. It got a huge amount of coverage, and I think the sport is going to continue to grow over there, almost as a result of such an impressive event.
And just look how many USA we have here. And we spoke about journeys right at the top of the show. Look at the journey that all of these people, it must be well over 150, 180, I'll get the stats out at some point, but it's such a huge amount to have actually flown over to Nice to take on this opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, we've said several times they've come from all over the world. I think there was it nearly 200 athletes that have come from Australia, really, so travelled, like, across the world just to be here. 73 nations, yeah, really, really unbelievable what we're seeing here tonight.
And I enjoy that one of the biggest nations in, Tom Jones for Wales, of course it is. I don't know if you can hear that, but the Welsh are coming and Tom Jones is bringing them in. But yeah, following on from Team USA is a single athlete nation in Uruguay, and it just goes to show how much space there is in the world for Hyrox to continue to develop. And over the course of the year, we saw them head to Uruguay. We saw them head to India, and we're looking forward to our first Indian race in sometime in the near future.
Yeah, India, where there's a South African event coming up. We're going to have our first Canadian event soon. There's an event in China very soon. So, yeah, the sport is expanding into numerous countries, and then what we're also seeing is the existing countries that they're in, more and more events. They're adding extra days to certain events, making them 1, 2, 3 day events because they're selling out so quickly. But yeah, it's really is global now.
What's been your favourite event of the season?
That's tough to say. That's tough to say. There's been a lot of special events. Like in the UK, the events are huge. Like there are thousands of people there. Like the London Olympia event was obviously really, really impressive. But then other events where we've gone abroad, the atmosphere in Vienna for Alex Ronchevic's home race, that was really special in there as well. That's one that sticks in my mind.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. Well, I'm delighted to say that now Team USA has cruised around the building. We've nabbed one of them. David Magida, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's so good to be here again.
I'm so glad to see you because there was a point in time where we might not have.
Yeah, I thought my season was over. I decided to not run the last chance qualifiers and let my body heal, and took like 6 weeks off. Ate a lot of pizza, drank a lot of beer, and then started training again. And I realized about a month ago there was a possibility that I could get a call up, and I hammered down on training for a few weeks, and then all of a sudden we're here. So, you know, if my back feels good, we'll see what happens.
Honestly, it's so cool to see you out there. Your back has been a bit of an issue.
Oh yeah.
And you slept on an airport floor 2 days ago.
I did.
How are you feeling going into the race?
I feel decent. I'm just optimistic. Things are going to work out, and I can just run with what fitness I've got. And I'm honestly just thrilled to be here. And maybe we'll have that magic day we've been looking for. But I mean, the reality is, like, it's a special experience to get to run in this race and in an arena like this with all these people, and I wasn't going to miss that chance. And my goal is pretty simple, like run a good race, take a few scalps, and yeah, mostly just have fun. Like, I think anything will be better than last year, so that was not fun. Every workout I did this year for the first half of the year, I hated. I was in pain, I was miserable, but this is the payoff, so let's go.
I know you've been around the sport for a long time. You've been at previous World Championships. What's it feeling like for you in here tonight? It feels like the sport is growing a lot.
This is big. I mean, the energy is better. I thought I was blown away with Vegas, how that compared to Leipzig, and then last year with Manchester blew Vegas away, and this is the biggest. This is the best so far. So it's a privilege. It's an honor to be a part of this sport, and I plan to be doing a lot of stuff to help grow this sport on the affiliate side for years to come. This is just one more thing for me to enjoy out of it.
Honestly, thank you so much for taking the time to pop on over and give us a little bit of insight. I'm just so glad you're here.
I'm to be here too, and you'll be seeing a lot of me with the Hyrox 365 stuff, so keep an eye out.
Yeah, we can't wait to hear all about it when you're not getting ready for one of the biggest races of the year.
Another time. I gotta go. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Nice shoes. Don't run in those. They were flip-flops. He's running in them, everybody. From Mr. America to Team America, let's head over to Till.
USA. Can I hear it for the USA? All right, Sean and Rebecca with me. What are you guys racing this weekend?
We're doing doubles, female, 50 to 59.
You are racing doubles together?
Yes, we're racing doubles.
Are you winning the doubles in your category?
Absolutely, of course.
So how long have you been in Nice so far?
So we've been in Nice since Wednesday morning.
What's your first thought?
Beautiful, beautiful. We're really excited to be here today.
And tell me, tonight, what are you looking forward to the most?
Oh my God, the women's race. Sorry, men. I can't wait to see the ladies win it.
Rebecca said it, go watch the women's race.
Of course, please do go and watch the men's race as well. We're pretty excited for both, even though the ferocity at the front of our girls' race is going to be something wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah, the tactics tonight are going to be very interesting. I say tactics, it's almost they go out very fast and see what happens and see how they're feeling on the day. But what will be interesting is whether we see a gap open up. In almost all the major races, on most of the men's and the women's side this year, it's been about who's leading really at the sled pull, at the burpees, who's leading there has ultimately gone on to win the race. Now, obviously that won't always happen, but the early stages of this race are very important, and if you want to win this race, I don't think you want to be gapped early on.
Now, there is a build-up to World Championships, and it's something really, it gives you goosebumps. And part of it is reading the manifesto of Hyrox. And this year, we have the most inspirational athlete doing that honor. And Maurice André is with Till.
This man is a man I've been dying to introduce to you out there, to the athletes in here. We're going to see him as part of the opening ceremony. He's got one of the great honors. Marcel, it's obvious you got your own very special story. He inspired thousands of athletes throughout the season. Quickly take us through your story, Marcel.
Okay, so 4 years ago, almost 4 years ago, I got paralyzed. I was told to never walk again. I was in a wheelchair for 2 years, and not a single step of every Hyrox race I did, 14 in total, should have been possible. I did them all, and
you know, going from I'll never walk again to now finishing 14 Hyrox races. That's also what brings you here. You inspired a lot of athletes. What is your part of the opening ceremony tonight?
So I will open the main stage for the elite, and I will ring the gong, and I will also have the honor to speak the Hyrox Manifest live on stage. And yes, I'm known for doing the impossible possible.
So I got to ask you, I was nervous before those World Championships, but how are you feeling right now?
I'm pretty confident. I did 14 Hyrox races, and I learned how to deal with interviews and everything, but I'm still excited.
I wish I had his confidence. Maurice, good luck today.
Thank you.
Oh, Till, he got his name right in the end. Also, what I loved about that entire thing is whilst we were watching that lovely interview, I can't take Greg anywhere because he's getting harassed from the sidelines, being waved at by just about everyone. You're a famous man, Greg.
It's the only place in the world where I'm mildly popular.
Oh, wonderful. We have got so much to come, and we so regularly talk about this course, right? So very quickly, what can we expect in terms of laps run? And there's a very interesting farmer's carry.
Yeah. So it's a 3-lap course tonight. So in Hyrox, obviously, depending on the size of the venue, the number of laps that you have to run 1 kilometre will change. Tonight is 3 laps, which can lend itself more to mistakes maybe in terms of missed laps or extra laps. And then on the farmer's carry, it's a slight L shape, so there's a few turns for them to make, but also they need to go around it twice. So there's 200 metres they need to cover in total. The lap is 100 metres, so they need to go it twice. That could be an interesting dynamic in there.
Honestly, well, it's really building here in the stadium. We're about to get into the thick of the build-up to the biggest race of the year. But Greg, let's take a little look at how we got there.
Welcome to all of you Hyrox World Championships athletes. Take a moment to acknowledge how far you've come. Welcome to the Hyrox World Championships of Fitness Racing. This year has been an incredible journey, taking us across the globe from Sydney to Los Angeles, from Taiwan to Mexico City. 19 different countries on 4 continents hosted over 200,000 Hyrox athletes. Every city, event, and every single race brought its own flavor and intensity to the Hyrox season. The spectacular setting in Berlin, the size and world record fitness racing event in London, to the passion and determination in Hong Kong. Every race has been a testament to the universal spirit of competition and camaraderie. The Hyrox community is stronger than ever. To all the athletes standing here today at the World Championships of Fitness Racing, you embody the very essence of Hyrox. Your hard work, discipline, and unwavering commitment have brought you to this pinnacle of achievement. You are not just competitors, you are champions, role models, and an inspiration to many athletes all over the world. Welcome to the World Championships.
Allons enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous vit la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans les campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats? Ils viennent jusque dans vos bras, égorger vos fils et vos compagnes. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'en s'empire un brave nation. L'amour sacré de la patrie, qu'on soutient nos braves engins. Liberté, liberté chérie, combat avec nos défenseurs, combat avec nos défenseurs. Sous les drapeaux de la victoire, accours à tes mâles accents, que tes ennemis espérants soient ton triomphe et notre gloire. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'en s'empire un brave nation.
Okay, now it gives me great pleasure to introduce to the stage the representative of the Mayor of Nice. Make some noise for Martine Mariton.
Eh bien, bonjour à vous tous et à vous toutes. Très heureuse de représenter ce soir Christian Estrosi dans ce magnifique palais de 14 000 mètres carrés et sans un pilier, un bâtiment classé, près de 70 nations et vous êtes à peu près 4 000. Bon, nous sommes donc très contents de vous recevoir dans cette ville très sportive. Nous allons bien sûr accueillir l'arrivée du Tour de France au mois de juillet, des matchs des Jeux Olympiques qui se tiendront à Paris et nous aurons des matchs de football ici donc à l'Alliance Riviera. En tout cas, au nom de Christian Estrosi, je vous souhaite la bienvenue. Je vous adresse écoutez, tous mes voeux pour cette belle manifestation. Et puis je déclare écoutez, cette belle manifestation ouverte et bonne chance à vous tous.
You give it to Matt.
Oh, pardon.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Hyrox family. Welcome to the 2024 Hyrox World Championships of Fitness Racing. We are so delighted to have everyone here in sunny Nice. What a weather it is, right? Our sport has grown over the 12 months, and it's just incredible to have all of you here with us today. Over 200,000 athletes competed around the globe to take part in Hyrox races, but only you made it to Nice. You know that you are the 2% of the athletes that made it, so you are really the fittest of the fittest on earth. Congratulations for that achievement. There have been many highlights and memories made over the past season, but our vision is to deliver Hyrox events in over 150 countries over the world. Next season we will see 74, so it's still a lot of work for us to do. So we have to grow by another 100%, but we are on it, and we will come to a lot of new exciting areas in the next 12 months. So always look up on the website where we are launching new events. So we are so excited to create even more incredible moments over the next few days. Starting tonight with the Elite 15 race, which will, I guarantee you, immediately after this happen. Followed by our age group races tomorrow and Sunday. Actually, the highlight of the World Championships. And of course, the Elite Relay for the first time as a final chapter of this year's World Championships.
Yeah, but before we go to all of that, please take a moment and allow me a few words to our team. Because, guys, what we created here and what we're seeing today is absolutely incredible. The endless hours over the last weeks and even the last 3 nights, basically without sleep. I think we put up another level of Hyrox performance. So please, everybody, a big round of applause for the Hyrox team. Thank you. And yeah, now it's really time. Let's create memories together that we will all never forget, that stay for a lifetime. You all deserve your spot here. You're all here because you deserve it. And on Friday, let's fucking party hard. Okay, but you guys deserve your spot here. You are exactly where you belong, but not everybody is as fortunate as you are, as we are. Not everybody is able to race and perform in the same way that you do. And that's why we at Hyrox want to be as inclusive as we possibly can. We're growing from year to year in regards to really making it possible that everybody can race. And that's why I'm very delighted to have our Inspirational Athlete of the Year here with us today. Please have a look at the video.
right now with the noise. No, wait until the applause. Yes, yes. Yes, behind the scaffolding. Oceana and I will be there. Yeah, as long as they know not to go to the house. Yeah, clear. My ass is hanging out.
Welcome everybody out there. Welcome to everybody who's watched our opening ceremony, the Parade of Nations. You've seen Greg, if you joined us for that already. He was the man in our little studio down there with Laura. My name is Till. Excited, glad to be here with you now. I still have goosebumps. This was absolutely incredible what we've just seen. A beautiful, beautiful opening ceremony. But we're just about to jump into the race. We're going to start it off with the Women's Elite 15. Greg, just tell us a little bit, what do we expect in the next roughly 1 hour and 10 minutes from now?
Fireworks. I think like that, you just alluded to it, but the atmosphere down on the floor is very, very special. It's probably the most special that we've seen, I think, in a Hyrox, certainly at World Championships. The field that we're going to see here tonight is incredibly strong. I think there's probably two athletes that are going to go out fast in Lauren and Meg. Remains to be seen whether anyone else wants to join them and potentially ruin their race as a result by going out too hot. But I'm hoping we're going to see a fantastic battle between some athletes to the very end.
I really have no doubt, and it's going to be fireworks from the start, but we've also seen throughout the reasons how those fireworks maybe got fired a little too early in the race. You know, we've seen it with Lauren out there in one of the races. I believe it might have been Stockholm. No, where did we see that?
Yeah, it was
Stockholm.
In Stockholm, it looked like she fatigued very, very early on, and maybe we wondered whether that's because she'd gone out too hot. She actually finished the race quite strongly there and still done it in an impressive time, which is probably just a sign of what an amazing athlete she is and how gritty she is. But yeah, it is very easy in Hyrox to like, you want to toe that line, and it's very easy to go across that line and ruin your race. So yeah.
But you know, it's not just those two out there today in the race, it's the Elite 15, and I would say we're just about 90 seconds away from the start. Let's take a quick look at the start list today. All right, here we go. Megan Jacobi, we mentioned her. Obviously in incredible shape. You know, it's a great race for her. She's got the family here. Michaela Norman from Sweden. Not the season she wanted. She struggled with injuries, but she is here. She's ready to fight. Lauren Weeks. Viola Oberländer, one of the athletes we just never know, but she is ready. She looked fit. Camilla Massa, literally you heard it in the pre-show. She's ready to win this race here. Vivian Tafuru, Sarah Pergiani, Jana Lebenstedt, injury on the finger. So let's see how that unfolds. She broke her finger. Alina Wilno, another one of the strong Germans. Amy Bevilacqua, Linda Meyer. So now there is a name. It really depends on how much in fighting spirit she is. She's sometimes just a tad too nice. You know, if we see her on the run course take that inside line, it's going to be exciting. Kate Davey, Lauren Griffith in there in the mix as well. It is going to be beautiful, and we want to see them. Of course, we want to welcome them to the arena here. So, Greg, are you ready to bring them out, our Elite 15?
I'm ready. And just going through that lineup there, unbelievably strong athletes. Lauren and I were talking about how much this sport has grown and the standard has grown as a result, and this lineup that we're seeing here tonight is really the strongest lineup that we've seen in any race in Hyrox. It's going to be a great battle between some very, very impressive, inspiring athletes.
Honestly, I'm beyond excited to see this. No doubt, we're seeing with those pictures, this is going to be the finish line. You know, this is the place on the right-hand corner that you want to cross as first woman tonight. This is the kickoff. His last hugs before the start. Very different. I was up here in the warm-up zone, and very different approach by the athletes. Linda Meyer, completely unavailable for an interview. Not a chance. I was literally bagging her. She is in the zone. She doesn't want it. She's incredibly focused, but feeling the tension a little bit as well. And, you know, then Megan Jacobi, does she ever not have time? She was happy to talk about food and having her child here and everything. And here we go, our man Faisal down on the ground. And if you turn your eyes towards the screen in the right-hand corner, you see where our athletes qualified at what race is Stockholm. We talked about it. Beautiful race there with Hunter McIntyre setting this incredible record. Michaela Norman qualifying, Alina Wilno, and then washing that major in the US. Spectacular race that we've seen there. Lauren Griffith taking the spot. We moved on to Vienna. Another one on European soil where we saw Tim Venish qualify, who unfortunately we're going to not see in the race here. But I talked to him earlier. We got a great replacement for him. James Kelly, we just saw Jana Lebenstedt. This is, you know, that was our last chance qualifiers we're talking about. And when we say last chance, it doesn't mean that's the ones that were, you know, like weren't strong enough. It's the ones that started slower into the season, but they're insanely fit right now.
Yeah, the lineups that we saw at those last chance qualifiers were unbelievable, like a huge number of athletes. Not all of them obviously could qualify for tonight, but they are certainly knocking on the door and will be putting in the work already to try and be in this race for next season.
So I think we are ready to welcome them down towards, we're going to call them up, Faisal down on the floor.
Representing Germany,
Antje Hard is from Germany, the woman who lives on Mallorca, Spanish island, travels the world for Hyrox racing, and she really excelled throughout the season. She had a rough start in the season, and then she was there on spot, really in Anaheim at the last chance qualifier.
Fetchik there, the first Canadian to ever qualify for the Elite 15. She also qualified in Anaheim. Really impressive showing on the wall balls in that race. Got her a spot, and yeah, really impressive athlete.
Kate Davey. You hear Faisal, from Great Britain, give a little bit extra right there. And through intro, he knows every athlete inside out. Kate Davey ready. To show the British flags here, fly them high at the World Championship in Nice. Qualified in Cologne in the last chance qualifier. Well, Amy Bevilacqua. I mean, what a story. I mean this with the most respect. She could literally be the mother of some of the athletes we're seeing here today.
50-year-old, unbelievable.
Elina Wilnow, another one of those German athletes. Excited to see her. She always has a fast start as well. She's trying to go with Megan and Lauren in that run. And she is not shying away from taking that inside line, putting the elbows out against those Americans. Yeah, you see the finger on Jana Lebenstedt, a hand. Last chance qualifier in Cologne as well. Broke her finger badly 2 weeks ago, required surgery, but just didn't want to miss this opportunity of racing at the World Championship in Nice. Sarah Perjani, she is the one that beat out Kate Davey and Jana Lebenstedt at the last chance qualifier in Cologne. She won the race there. And, if you're not familiar with the last chance qualifiers, it means that a huge number of pros rock up and want to edge you out. And she beat them all. All right, here we go. We will rock you. From Vivian to Fudo, I think this is going to become a thing. I have no doubt this is something you can do on the screens as well. So if you listen carefully, each athlete has a walk-on song. And here is Camilla Massa. She underperformed for most of the season, and then she was there. She broke her finger early in the season as well. And then she qualified in Anaheim, and boy, the confidence she was displaying when talking to her up here. I'm really excited to see her. Viola Oberländer, don't get me wrong, but being Viola Oberländer in the last minutes before the race, holding back, talking about how busy life's been. Training's not been that great, but I literally don't think Viola will ever achieve a state where she's happy with her training. So she's one of the dark horses. And then Lauren Griffith, 5th in Washington. Beautiful race. Another one of those athletes who is definitely willing not to surprise us here, but, give us a good show and show the other strong woman. Give them a run for their money, and there's Linda Meyer. A prime example of how the sport's been progressing, now working with a mental coach, working with a physio that's really specializing in the whole body movement and everything, so taking the next step. And Michaela Norman, the woman who came onto the circuit with a bang in her first race, and then a little bit of a tough time with injuries. She had a few of them. She placed 4th in Stockholm in a 1:01:32. Let's not forget that. Incredibly fast race. And here we go, Megan Jacoby. Shall we call her the greatest showwoman on earth? Ready to entertain, no doubt, and this time in front of her daughter who came over, and Lauren Weeks. Qualified in Chicago, funny enough, in a 1:02:15, which is quite interesting considering how fast she can be. I think it's fair to say, with the field, the depth of field we're seeing here, we would not be surprised if we're going sub 1 hour today for the win.
No. I mean, I was saying with Lauren earlier, it's not that long ago we were speculating whether anyone could break 60 minutes in the women's field. We've seen Lauren 58.03 is the world record now. I think there's a good chance we'll see for the first time more than one woman break 60 minutes today.
Well, we won't have to wait very long. A few more moments and then a maximum of 60 minutes to find out. Oh, there you go. It's a beautiful picture. That mixture of excitement and nerves that we're seeing right now, other than Antje Hades, who's just chatting away as normally.
She looks very relaxed, and I must say Megan looked very relaxed as well. She came out, she was waving at the crowd, she was high-fiving the crowd on the walk down. She looked really, really relaxed, and like you mentioned, Linda was very focused. She looks a little more nervous, a little more focused than Megan did there.
And you know, if you look at Antje, what you see there now is she travels a lot for the race and everything, but now this time around her husband is here, the kids are here to watch. You know, she's I think a two-time mom. And I talked to her earlier and she said, you know, like top 10 and I would be over the moon. So the pressure ain't too high for her, so she can thoroughly enjoy the race here. And let's see if she's been downplaying a little bit. Let's see what we really end up with. Seeing a couple of German flags there. And earlier in the season, I had Linda Meyer walk up and come up to me and say, do you think we'll be able to ever beat the Americans again? Let's find out. Is on, ladies and gentlemen, the Hyrox World Championship, the World Championship of Fitness Racing in Nice 2024. Our Elite 15 women, and hey, guess what? Lauren Weeks is taking the lead on the run.
No surprises there. We see Lauren normally or Megan take the lead early on in the race. The question is who wants to go with them. Now Lauren is. I don't know. It's hard to say how fast they're going at the moment. We'll wait to see the first split times. But she's taking a little lead there, and then Megan's not too far behind her. Looks fairly steady at the moment though, and we have maybe seen this in some races. She goes out fast, but it's not crazy fast, and then sometimes it comes through after the ski. So they find their footing on the first run of the ski, and then they can start to pick up the pace in that run.
So I made the huge mistake yesterday to bump into Linda Meyer, who's like, oh, you look like you're going to go for a run. I'll join you. It's just an easy one. Just a few pickup at race pace. And I go like, so what's race pace? She's like, around 3:40 for the kilometer. Right, I'll film you from a distance. So that is the pace we're seeing here right now. Absolutely brutal and blistering.
So we see Lauren there, and then there's Lauren Griffiths, you see just behind her, and Jana Liebenstedt on the left. Two of the stronger runners in the race as well, actually. So obviously we talk about Lauren and Megan a lot, but Lauren Griffith and Jana Liebenstedt, who's had trouble with her finger. So it remains to be seen how she does in the stations, but running-wise, she is one of the strongest in this race.
Yeah, it's. I do not want to be in that position, you know, having that trouble with the finger, being such a good runner, being such a great athlete, and then it's near impossible to perform at your best with a broken finger that required surgery a week and a half ago.
It impacts so many of the stations. Just one point there, we saw Amy Bevilacqua quite far behind at the back of this field at the moment. So I wonder if she's struggling with something, because she, again, I was talking about some of the strong runners. Running is her strong point in this race as well. So I wonder if she's struggling with something, which would be like huge shames, especially so early on in the race.
Oh, absolutely. A little bit surprised there. And I got to say, Michaela Norman not looking her strongest right now as well.
No, she said before the race, like, we've known really since before Manchester World Championships last year, where she had to miss out because of the myocarditis that she had. She struggled with health issues and injuries ever since then, on and off. She's still been able to qualify for this race because she is such an amazing athlete, but she said she's not going to be at 100% for this, and that certainly looks like it's the case, because she's already falling behind to a certain extent here.
Lauren Griffith making sure she is staying with Lauren Weeks here. We've got America 1, 2, 3 right now. Megan Jacoby in third.
this is, I mean, I said it's only the first run. It's sometimes steady-ish compared to the second run, but this is already quite a gap opening up in this field of strong athletes.
I mean, we'll see the race clock in a minute. Top right-hand corner, what the times are as they're turning into the workout station, which isn't long from now. So they're pretty much on point, a little faster. You know, 3:35 there for Lauren Weeks. If you look at it, that's exactly the 3:40 that Linda Meyer, for example, was supposed to run as they're coming into the workout station now. All still pretty close together. And then here we see Vivian Tafuto a little bit behind. All right, and this is the duel at the ski erg. So what we can expect here, if we look at the field in the front, I'd be surprised if we see any huge gaps after this. You go a little further back, we know Antje Hades from Germany, for example. This is where she's going to lose time. The ski erg definitely not a favorite. She's going to be back with the sleds a little later, enjoying those. But this is the duel, 3 times USA in the front. Lauren Weeks on the left as you look at the screen. And then we've got Lauren Griffith in the middle. And Megan Jacoby on the right-hand side.
So that was a pretty fast first run. So Lauren Weeks did that first run in 3:36 for that first kilometre. Very, very fast, really. Lauren Griffiths coming in second into the station, 3:38, and then Megan was in 3:39. So that's a quick start from these ladies. You're talking about strengths and weaknesses on the ski. Vivian Tafuto down there in 9th. You know, only, what was that, 12 seconds she came in behind Lauren Weeks into this station, but she is one of the strongest at this station. She is very good on the erg, so she can claw back some time here.
And if you see those gentlemen and ladies in the white polo shirts, that's our head referees. You know, I mean, there was long briefings with the pros. This is something we need to consider in the race here as well. It's been made very clear the rules will be enforced 100%. This will be especially interesting at the burpees. You know, it's parallel feet. It's not like those little tippy toes to taking steps or something. And there's one warning, and then it's a time penalty straight away. So the athletes need to be very careful whilst racing full gas today.
Yeah, it's the burpees. We've seen a lot of athletes get penalties over the year in the majors on the burpees. We've seen it. We were speaking to Jakob, one of the judges earlier, and he was talking about the sled pull, where a sled pull penalty can really impact your race. You know, cost you 45 seconds to a minute just by stepping over that line of the box that you're in. So yeah, penalty can certainly play a part. Now it's not really going to be a factor on the ski erg unless someone does something crazy. You see an athlete there pulling 1:57 per 500. That's Lauren Weeks pulling pretty fast pace on the ski erg there.
I mean, you see it on the ski erg. You know, we're looking at times like splits around 1:58 and lower at the moment for the leaders here. And let me tell you, the ski erg, it's not one of those machines you find in every gym. It is brutal. It is absolutely brutal. It's fun for 300 meters, and then it's not.
and it could be like a lot less fun if you've just skied like 2 seconds per 500 meter quicker than really you should have done, and it can ruin your race a huge amount.
That is the thing about both the ski erg and the row erg. You know, it's finding that balance. As we're seeing, they got about 220 meters left now to go, so well into that final fifth here of the ski erg. You got to find that fine line of not pushing the system too hard, because imagine you're going from this out onto the run course, and if your heart rate is absolutely maxed out, that is a tough 1 kilometer sprint.
Yeah, it really is. We saw the differences there. I think it was Lauren pulling 1:58 per 500, Megan around the same 1:59, and then Lauren Griffith not her strongest station, 2:04 per 500 meters, which is still a good pace.
Yeah, and you're seeing that it looks like everybody slowed down just a little bit, because we saw this 2:02 just a second ago, but at the bottom now underneath the athletes, you see the distance. They've ski-erged so far. They've skied so far, and we've got about 25 meters left. Lauren Weeks is the first one to be done. She is out. Here goes Megan Jacoby. Lauren Griffiths, few more pulls. Here she goes. 1, 2, 3 out. There's still USA, but Lauren Weeks, and this is what she loves. It's this gap of about 30 meters now, which she is more than happy to increase. Like the ski-erg by now, I have the feeling, is the one where she tests how well she feels, and now we're going to see what happens confidence in this run.
Yeah, and they'll be knowing how they feel. And we were saying earlier, these early stages of this race are important in almost all the majors this year, on the men and the women's side. If you're not leading the race pretty much after the burpees, maybe even after the sled pull, it's very difficult to go on and win. We've almost always seen the leader at that stage go on to win the race. There's a small gap at the moment between Megan and Lauren, but Megan certainly won't want to see that being extended, because you don't want to lose sight of Lauren Weeks, because there are no weak stations that she has where you think she might lose time.
Nothing weak about Lauren Weeks, no doubt. And if you look at the splits that we're seeing on the left hand now, you see Lauren Weeks, she had the fastest skier. You can see it at the bottom now. So if we're looking at the realistic competition, Megan Jacoby, Lauren Griffith, Linda Meyer, Camilla Massa, those are the ones we probably focus on a little more in terms of competition. Each and every one of them lost a little bit of time, as much as 8 seconds that Amy Bevilacqua just lost.
Yeah,
and she lost time in that run, which was really surprising.
Yeah, she did. I mean, to be fair, the ski has never been Amy's strong point, and in fact, I spoke to her after one of her first races where she'd done an incredibly impressive time, and she said she'd never even touched a ski until she came to Hyrox. Like, she barely did any weight training, any sort of erg work. It was the running where she was really excelled, so that she has improved on that over the past maybe 6 months. So she has lost time to the leaders so far, but that is still an impressive time.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt. Beautiful racings that we're seeing right now. But yeah, Megan Jacoby, so she lost a second. Lauren Griffith, 4 seconds. Linda Meyer, 5 seconds on top of what they lost on the run. So the gaps now to somebody like Camilla Massa is 15 seconds already after the first workout, which doesn't sound a lot. But if you're racing against Lauren Weeks, it's quite a bit.
Yeah. Like I said, you certainly don't want that gap opening up. And on a 3-lap course as well, you can just completely lose sight of someone as well if you're trying to chase them on the runs. It becomes incredibly hard to like push yourself if you can't see the person that you're chasing. Now the sleds that we're about to get to, the second and third stations, can be a real differentiator in this race. So these are important stations.
Hey, if you want to go check out our official Hyrox nutrition range by MyProtein, just scan the barcode at the bottom here. Beautiful line, very much focused. It's the pro line focused on performance. And here we go with Lauren Griffith, trying not to lose time. We're seeing Megan Jacoby very much within herself. And, you know, I don't want to jump the gun. I want to focus on the women, but I want to make sure everybody watches the men's race today, because I got to talk to Tim Vanish. He unfortunately cannot race, but he gave me his tip on who's going to be world champion tonight. I won't tell you folks out there on the screen who he thinks it is, but it's an interesting one. So make sure to stick around for the men's race after that, as we're seeing Kate Davey from England coming through now as well. Jana Lebenstedt with a broken finger. You see the green tape on her hand. Anja Harder is coming behind, but this is your leading woman, Lauren Weeks from the United States. It was the second place in Chicago. That was an early qualifier for her in 1:02.15. That's what she needed there. I have no doubt she's going to go under 1 hour today. And here we go into the second workout. The judges making sure to dial her in. Here's Megan Jacoby. And let's see how those gaps have changed on that run. To me, it looks a little bit like Lauren Weeks.
I think she did on that run, yeah. And I don't think that Alex Ronkovic earlier mentioned that the sleds felt heavy in here.
He did.
And I don't think they're moving quite as well as we've seen these ladies move them. Sometimes like they absolutely fly across this first length, but that's not moving. You can see there, like Lauren's really pushing that just to get that moving. These sleds are obviously feeling very heavy today, and that can be like even more of a differentiator in this race.
Absolutely. If you look at like the fourth lane from the bottom, Camilla Massa, when you saw that there, just a brief moment, she tried to push the slat, didn't work. She had to re-grip and then go again. But Megan Jacoby, look at that. Look at that. Lauren Weeks taking that quick breather. Now, that is not a sign of weakness. That's a sign of being smart. this is incredibly hard for the legs. It's a lot of lactate flushed into the muscles, and you got to find that sweet spot where you need to take this quick break, because overall it's going to make you a lot faster in the race rather than ruining your legs right now.
Yeah. It's not about getting the fastest sled push time. It's about finishing first in this race, and taking short breaks on the sled push is really sensible.
So
that said, I don't think I've ever seen these two ladies pulse this much this early on. These sleds, they're struggling with these more so than normal today, I would say.
And then on lane 4 from the bottom, Camilla Massa has found a rhythm. So she had Linda Meyer ahead of her on line 5. She's gone past now. So and now you look at that, and now Megan Jacoby has brought the gap down to 3 seconds now.
Yeah, she's closed that gap. It looked like Lauren had extended the lead slightly on that run, but I think Megan is now. What cost that has come at? You know, has that ruined her legs? We'll get a better idea in the next run. But
and I want you guys to look at lane 7 in a moment. Viola Oberländer, very own technique. She's going still with those stretched out long arms, upper body real low, whereas everybody else is putting the shoulders in. You'll see it again in a second.
And she has mixed it up there, which can sometimes make sense to do.
And as we talk about it, she's switching technique.
Yeah. But normally when you're going for that straight arm technique, it can mean that you're really struggling with it.
And it's actually lane 6 I was talking about, and we had Vivian Tafudo on lane 7. But this is our leaders, Lauren Weeks, Megan Jacoby. Look at that. It is hurting. It is hurting without a doubt. As you said, we've never seen them pass that much early into the race here. But Megan is right there where she needs to be. She needs to be quick now to get onto, and look at that.
Vivian Tafuto, I think that was, that left with one of the strongest physically athletes in this field. Didn't actually do that well on the ski like we thought she might, but she has really clawed back some time on that sled push.
And then I did not see that coming. You know, that was incredible what we've just seen from Vivian Tafuto. She's right there with Megan Jacoby, Lauren Weeks, and then Viola Oberländer moved herself into 4th place. So she passed Camilla Massa, she passed Linda Meyer, so she's now in 4th here.
We talk about compromise running a lot in this sport. Like, how does it feel after you come out of a station? How is your running feel? Which is significantly different to running, just like pure running. After those tough sled pushes, it's going to be interesting to see what they do on this run. This is really compromise running.
So what we're seeing here right now is, especially by Lauren Weeks, the running style has changed. You see the arms moving in a lot more than before. The core isn't as stable as it was. Compare that to Megan Jacoby, who's running exactly the same as she did before. Very square shoulders, and definitely the core more stable than Lauren Weeks. I think Lauren is suffering a little bit right now.
Yeah, it's a little reminiscent. We talked about the Stockholm race where it looked like she'd gone out too fast and was tiring, and she still did finish strongly, but you can see in her style, in how she looks, that sled push, I think, is her.
But hey, it's Lauren Weeks. She's been in this situation. She knows how to work herself out of it. She knows how to. This is the insane thing. She knows how to recover while running a 3:45 kilometer. You know. So in comparison to Stockholm, what we've seen, she's not dropping back. You know, Megan went past her proper, so now they're just all together. Vivian Tafuto is where she needs to be. She needs to keep them inside. It's a huge motivational boost, because probably Vivian Tafuto is also going like, hold on a second, who's that woman? She should not be here. You know, what am I doing with Lauren Weeks right now? And now you see the struggle that Jana Levenstedt had. She's being passed for the first time already. So here we got the times. Vivian Tafuto, 2:49 for the sled push. That is incredible. And then you look to the far right-hand corner. Megan Jacoby, Lauren Weeks. I mean, Lauren Weeks lost 35 seconds on the sled push compared to Vivian Tafuto. Viola Oberländer, second fastest split there on the sled push. That's what moved her up there. So very clear sign that Alex Rankovic was right. The sleds are heavy probably today. But also, I mean, Vivian's wasn't heavy.
Well, Vivian is very strong. So, and there's Antje Hardis. Is that just a...
I think she's literally taking a breath. Okay, tough day. She learned that the sled is very heavy on the push here today as well. And this is a great position. Lena Wilnow, that's an early pass as well. I did not expect that early going past another one of the German athletes here.
Lauren Weeks, was it a 3:24 on a sled push? We've seen her in other races do like a minute quicker than that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you know that hurts.
But look at the far end. You know, just to give you a feeling here, just now in the far end, in those pink socks, there was Viola Oberländer making the turn. It gives you an idea of how fast Lauren Weeks is struggling right now.
Yeah.
She is still, with Megan Jacoby, running away from everybody else in the field.
Yeah. They're struggling and lapping unbelievable athletes.
I do believe that this, what we're seeing right now, makes Lauren Weeks incredibly dangerous.
Another station here that we're coming up to in the sled pull can be another big differentiator. It can be a vast difference in times that athletes get on this station. It'd be interesting to see how these sleds are moving. Is it going to be like the sled push was?
And you know, while they're starting to push here, I just want to send a big shout out and welcome out to all our viewers on the live stream. Over 20,000 of you from around the world are watching right now at this very point. Thank you very much for watching. Enjoy this beautiful race here. We are at the sled pull now at the World Championship here in Nice. And it is Megan Jacoby who looks the strongest right now. Vivian Tafudo seems to be feeling great. Lauren Weeks, you know, trying to find a rhythm, trying to find her strength. She is not 100% where she, well, at least where we expect her to be.
It's very warm in here tonight as well, so the sweaty hands on these sleds could play a part. I'm not sure if any of these stopped to chalk their hands before they started pulling, but the heat can play a part on this station as well. And like we said earlier, they'll all be conscious as well not to step outside of the box and risk a penalty.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm just going through the comments on the live stream here, and Duhai is saying they should show the individual splits. We do. After every workout, you see them at the bottom of the screen. You will see the individual splits of the athletes at the workout station, so just stick with it. For the sled pull, you get to see that. And so lane 1, Megan Jacoby. Lauren Weeks just now switching over to her second lane. Camilla Massa, look at that. She now caught up to Lauren Weeks already. She's right in the mix there now with Vivian Tafudo, with Megan Jacoby. And we're seeing Linda Meyer now at the pull as well. Viola Oberländer as well. But Megan Jacoby, here she goes. She's finished that lane. She is more than a third of a lane ahead now of Vivian Tafudo and more than 3/4 of a lane ahead of Lauren Weeks. Now, this is huge.
Yeah, this sled isn't moving well for Lauren Weeks at all. She had a little look at her judge there, almost as if to say, what the hell's going on? And whether that's because she got a warning maybe about where she was stepping in the box, I'm not sure. But yeah, Megan is extending her lead at this station for sure.
Oh, you need to be careful though. You know, you don't step inside or outside that box. Camilla Massa now on the other side as well. So is Linda Meyer, who's actually now pretty much side by side with Camilla Massa. Viola Oberländer now right there as well. She's losing just a little bit of time on the other two women. So what we're talking about is lane 3, losing a little bit on lane 4 and 5 from the bottom. But Megan Jacoby, she is back on the other side. Vivian Tafudo, very good lane. She did not lose any time on this one to Megan Jacoby. Lauren Weeks, an entire lane behind now.
Yeah, which is maybe, what's that, 45 seconds to a minute perhaps? Difference there, yeah, it's quite significant.
She has literally dropped back into 6th position, I believe now. This is Viola Oberländer from Germany. Come on, strong pull there. You got to make sure that you got the sled all the way down, over push. Linda Meyer, Camilla Massa just running into the other direction there, so they passed Viola Oberländer. She does not want to miss that train heading back out onto the run course.
And there's Megan done. Megan is out.
All right, here we go with our leader out onto the run course. Top left-hand corner of the screen, there you see. Here she runs from the United States, Megan Jacoby, who qualified by winning the Chicago event ahead of Lauren Weeks, actually, in a time of 1 hour 18. And there she goes. done with the third workout. Lauren Weeks, she's holding her hip as she's running over to the other side. I'm not sure if it's holding the hip. She was clapping the hands. It might just be what she said, sweaty hands that we got in here. It was incredibly warm outside today. A little bit of discussion there, a little bit of argument right now. Viola Oberländer with the head judge, not sure what she's pointing at. Camilla Massa done. Linda Meyer out as well in the pink socks.
And it was Vivian Tafuto as well, I think, just before Camilla.
That's right, Viola Oberländer right now. I did not see that coming.
And this is going to be, even if like that sled push had really hurt Megan, this is such a huge confidence booster for her as well. To see like this, to come out, to see, you know, her closest competitor struggling, it's going to make her feel a lot better on this run.
Megan Jacobi 38 seconds ahead of Camilla Massa, and then Linda Meyer, Viola Oberländer behind the gap to fifth, almost a minute, and we're still waiting for Lauren Weeks in the split screen. Bottom right, she's got one more pull. Megan Jacobi in the pre-race interview, when I asked her what would make her happy today, she said the podium, better second. That's what I was last time. And I looked at her face and I said, okay, she's ready to bite. She's ready for that first here. She just didn't want to say it out loud, and she is in an incredible position right now.
Very, very competitive, very gritty competitor. She really wanted first place today, no doubt.
There is absolutely no doubt. That is what she's going for here. Vivian Tafuto, fantastic race so far. Camilla Massa, she wasn't shy about saying, you know, I'm here to win the race. That's what I want. That's what's going to make me happy at the end of the day. She's not quite there yet, but she is in contention after not the best start at the ski erg. So it'll be interesting to see where we end up. And here we go with the individual splits at the bottom screen. Megan Jacobi, 3:49. She took 14 seconds out of Linda Meyer. She took 17 seconds out of Camilla Massa. And then another 7 on top of that out of Viola Oberländer, explaining the gaps here. And here we see Kate Davey. Beautiful slap pull there. She is in 6th now. She passed Lauren Weeks. And Amy Bevilacqua is back. She had a rough start on that first run on the ski erg. She is in 8th now, moving up.
There's Lauren Griffith there in 11th, just showing the 2:37. So it looks like she might have struggled on that sled push as well, because I think she came into that in maybe 3rd place, 4th place. So she's dropped back down on there.
But what we've just seen there was Megan Jacobi passing Lauren Griffith on the run. That is brutal. It is mentally brutal after, you know, the 3rd workout to get passed on that run lap for the first time.
When you're talking about an athlete that we thought could podium today,
yes,
for sure, and she's getting lapped this early on in the race.
But you know,
that was a 5:25 sled pull for Lauren Weeks, by the way. There,
that is unheard of.
Megan Jacobi's 3:49, but yeah, 5:25 is unheard of for Lauren Weeks on the sled pull.
There she is, Lauren Weeks. Amy Bevilacqua right behind her. So Lauren Weeks still running strong. She's still gone past. All right, a little bit of confusion there for just a second for Megan Jacobi. So if you're wondering why she's running into the 7th workout, she's not. That is the arches, the setup for our races tomorrow. Most of the competition for the elite is happening on this grid that you're looking at right now, the burpees. Now, this is the one to look at. The head judge, every athlete got a head judge in the white polo shirt, and we talked about that. The importance is the parallel feed. All right, so head judge is gonna look at that. And that might have been the first warning just there. We saw she overstepped once with the right foot there. An instant word from the head referee.
Very consistent running from Megan so far. 3:39 the first run, then 3:49, 3:47, and 3:46. Very, very strong.
This is an athlete who knows exactly what she's doing right now.
We wondered whether that sled push had hurt them. Well, it's not impacted her running, it doesn't appear.
But look at that, Linda Meyer. All right, she is coming in 2nd now from Germany together with Vivian Tafuto. So she went past Vivian on that run, took a couple of seconds out of her. All right, and here we go. So Linda Meyer, very interesting. If you look at the different ways to get up. Linda Meyer is going over the knees. She is saving energy. It makes her burpees a little slower at the beginning, but we'll see if that's on purpose to save some energy for the second half of the burpees. But right now, Vivian Tefudo is burping away from her.
But you're right, this station is to some extent about conserving energy. Like you can jump up and do it as quickly as possible, but your heart rate really jacks up high if you do that. But if you're managing your energy but keep moving consistently, you can still get a solid time without really affecting the rest of your race.
And Lauren Weeks, right-hand corner of the screen, now starting her burpees next to her. That is Amy Bevilacqua. Viola Oberländer, left-hand side in the orange shiny socks. Right, so she is doing well. She took a burpee or two out of Camilla Mesa now, who's next to her on her right. And Linda Meyer, she is losing a little bit of distance at the burpees here. She came in second, but she's now basically, she is passed by Vivian Tefudo. She's passed by Viola Oberländer, and she's going synchronized burpees right now with Camilla Mesa.
She's being passed by like, Linda's solid on the burpees, and we wouldn't necessarily say that this is Vivian's strongest station, but she's been passed there, so maybe it's just Vivian's doing like really, really well.
I have a little bit of a feeling that Vivian decided to forget what aren't her strongest stations today. She simply doesn't care. It's incredible to see her where she is in the race here right now. You know, I don't want to take anything away from Vivian Tefudo, but if she comes in second, if she holds on to that here today, I'm calling that a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I think she'll be pleased. I think she'd have taken second before the race. Like we've seen her, we've associated with fourth place finishes in previous like big races. And there's Megan leaving there, but I certainly think Vivian would have taken second spot if she manages that, obviously.
And we've just seen the woman run out who claimed before the race she would take second here. I don't believe it for a second. No. Not at this stage. Your fourth station done, the burpees. Megan Jacoby is out first. And look at, this is exactly what we said about preserving energy and everything out there. Vivian Tefudo, now Camilla Mesa is almost there. Viola Oberländer is getting a little slower as well. So Camilla Mesa caught back up to her. Linda Meyer holding it together, sort of, kinda. And they got one more lap to go. So now we're seeing exactly what you mentioned. This workout is about preserving your energy for that second half of the workout.
It'll be interesting to see what sort of run split Megan can do on this next run. Like we talked about how consistent she's been in this, you know, around the 3:45 sort of time. What will she do on this run after the burpee broad jumps, which for me personally is the point in this race that hurts the most. Like that run coming out of burpees is really, really hard.
So the clock is ticking down.
Yeah, it is.
Proper.
Yeah, the gap to Megan coming into this station was just over a minute for Linda and Vivian. I think that's been extended at this station.
And it looks a little bit lane 2. Linda Meyer burned her burpees batches a little too early. Top right-hand corner, it is. Look at that. Here we go. Kate Davey. We got Vivian Tefudo. She's out now as well. Viola Oberländer is right behind her. That trio now chasing Megan Jacoby.
We were just talking about would Vivian have accepted second spot before this race? Kate Davies certainly would have done.
Certainly. No doubt.
Got her place at in Cologne at the last chance qualifier, finished in third spot on that day. It's not too long ago, but I mean, obviously the race isn't over yet, but to be in this position at this stage, she'll be really, really pleased with that.
But again, so there were a couple of unknowns, right? We haven't seen a lot of the athletes race after Vienna. So they had their time. As we're seeing the gaps here, we're going to talk about the qualifiers in a second. So the gap now to Kate Davey up to 1:45. That is almost half a run. For Megan Jacoby, that she's ahead already. Vivian Tefudo right behind Viola Oberländer, and bottom right-hand corner, there you see Megan Jacoby coming through, and she looks just as strong as me. And look at that smile on Kate Davies' face. She's responding to the audience out there, and she is looking fabulous. She's looking absolutely fabulous. She came into this race in the last chance qualifier in Cologne. And this is what we said. We had those athletes who had a long break, who were focusing on this race just with training. And you had the ones that had to go all out for the last chance qualifiers in Cologne and Anaheim. Kate Davey being one of them. And if we could have dreamt up a race scenario before the race to get this exciting and entertaining, we could not have dreamt this up, what's happening right now with Kate Davey, Vivian Tefudo.
You said Kate there smiling, looking at the crowd like, I know her family are here, but there's over 1,000 UK-based athletes this weekend as well, so she's got a lot of support in this venue tonight, and that's only going to help in a race like this. That was a 3:34 burpee broad jump time for Megan there, and Kate Davis 3:41. Lauren Weeks was the third fastest at 4:04, so she's still dropping time to Megan and Kate at the station for Lauren Weeks.
You know, there's always this talk about an unlucky lane that somehow feels slower than other lanes. And looking at the burpees now and looking at her runs, I'm not sure if Lauren might have just picked an unlucky lane today.
Sometimes you can blame an unlucky lane on the sled and how the sled feels. But burpees is harder to blame the lane.
No, that's exactly what I mean. Like, with an unlucky lane, I mean, like, if you're feeling weak, you know, you want to blame the sled. You want to blame the carpet, but it's the same sled. It's the same carpet that everybody's using. But in the frustration, this is what you keep hearing from the athletes, and it gets into your head, and it starts feeling heavier.
Yeah. We see Megan there. She's in on the road. She's settling on the road. While we're still overlooking the grid here at the moment, with some ladies still on the burpee broad jumps.
Vivian Tefudo running in third right now behind Megan Jacoby and Kate Davey behind her. We see Viola Oberländer. She was struggling a little bit, and then you see the bouncy ponytail from Linda Meyer behind. She did lose a little bit of time here at the burpees. She came in second. She is now in fifth out onto the run as we got Megan Jacoby at the row erg already. She is going for the 1,000 meters here already on the Concept 2 erg bottom split screen, as we're seeing Vivian Tefudo on the way and on the big screen towards the row station. Here she is. And then Viola Oberländer. It took her a second to find the rhythm, but she's found her run legs yet. I think it was that scenario. She lost the others at the burpees, and I think she just gave it an extra boost to be there under the run. She left a little more out there. Linda Meyer is still coming from behind. Greg, I will not call the podium yet. It's impossible.
No. One point I'll make on Megan, I mean, obviously a significant lead that she's got already, but we talked about what's her run going to be after that burpee broad jump. Has that hurt her? Well, her time has dropped there, so she did a 4:11 after the burpee broad jump compared to her 3:46, 3:47s leading up to that. Now, maybe it's just because she knows she's got that lead and she can relax a little and doesn't want to like ruin the rest of the race. But things have slowed a bit, so it's, we'll see how she does.
I want to say it's a little bit of both, a little bit of getting tired, but also very controlled because she knows what's coming, and she also knows she doesn't have to worry about anybody at the wall balls. So if she can save some energy for the wall balls, it'll be hard to take anything away from her. All right, here we go with the chasers. Kate Davey in second from the left. Camilla Massa, right top end corner, coming in sixth right now. And then it's Viola Oberländer, orange socks. We got Linda Meyer in the pink socks in fifth on the right-hand side. And Vivian Tefudo in third from the left.
He's very close between that second, third, fourth, fifth. There's only 16 seconds that separates second to fifth spot there. It really is close for that, the chase for those top three podium spots.
Really close there. Kate Davey managed to run away just a little bit from Vivian Tefudo. 4 seconds head start into the row here. She's looking around. She is working with a slower cadence, a lower cadence than Megan Jacoby next to her. So we'll see if we can get the row splits. It doesn't necessarily mean anything yet. So higher cadence doesn't necessarily mean that you're faster in the row. If you put a lot of, effort into your legs, into your back, a slower cadence can still be the same pace, but it also usually means that you're wearing your legs out a little more for what's to come.
Big smile there from Megan on the road, looking at someone, another one there.
I can't believe she's chatting away. No, literally, she's going to pace I can't sprint on the ski erg after everything she's done already, and she's just smiling and chatting to people next to her.
I would say Kate next to her looks less relaxed. She looks like she's struggling. She's digging deep at this stage. Now, she'll be very happy with where she is, but it looks like it's hurting.
Head referee with her. She's almost done. The bottom screen is always a little bit behind, so she's got probably about 15 meters, a few more pulls there to go. 2 or 3, here we go. Last little bit. Is she going to get the go-ahead? Yes, she got the go-ahead from the head referee. Quick words, and Megan Jacoby, our leader, is out. Few words of encouragement there from Faisal, our man on the microphone, down on the floor. And here she goes from the United States. Megan Jacoby in front of her daughter, putting together this incredible race in Nice so far.
I felt after Manchester last year, Megan finished second. I felt like she was disappointed. She obviously really wanted that win, but she came out guns blazing really into this season. Won in impressive fashion in Chicago, and then again in Stockholm, breaking the world record. And then we've not seen a performance like that from her since. Today though, she looks calm, composed, relaxed, and incredibly impressive.
Interesting discussion going on in the comments on the live stream right now, and that is what the perfect shoe for the competition is here today. You know, we're going into the details now, into the nifty of the racing. This is what I love about Hyrox and about the community. It's, you know, it's this forth and back in the chat. You know, what do you eat? What shoe do you run? How do you train? And I think all that means is we will see this sport explode even more in the next couple of years, and we will see incredible times in both the elite as well as the open races.
Yeah. Athletes want to get the edge wherever they can, and you talked about it, Linda, working with different coaches. The shoe is a big factor. I know obviously Puma is a very popular choice in this race with athletes throughout the sport really. But yeah, it is a factor because it's not just a running shoe you need. You need things that will hold up on the sleds, on the lunges, even on the wall balls. Like you need that stability. So it's a unique sport from that perspective.
And if you look at 2 and 3, that is Kate Davey done now. Vivian Tefudo next. I haven't seen the exact numbers, but a slight difference there. I would assume that Vivian Tefudo went at a cadence of about 33 there, whereas Kate Davey on the lower end, maybe a 30 cadence on that row, maybe even down to a 29, but they're pretty much shoulder to shoulder. Vivian Tefudo out, Kate Davey right there, and then Viola Oberländer looked like she just escaped the row as well at the bottom screen here. And top right-hand corner, Jana Levenstedt with her injury just now coming into the row. We got the same 3 in pretty much the same scenario of the chase now of Megan Jacoby. We've got Vivian Tefudo, we've got Kate Davey, we've got Viola Oberländer, and now Linda Meyer is out now as well. So after the workout before, we saw Vivian Tefudo struggling just a little bit and Kate Davey pulling away a few seconds, but the gap right now is a little bigger. So it looks like that higher cadence, less pressure on the legs for Vivian Tefudo is paying off in the second.
I was going to say actually, when they both finished at the same time and they largely arrived at the same time, like if we're just talking about pure rowing ability, Vivian is beyond Kate in terms of pure rowing ability. So if they've just rowed the same time, I think that will have hurt Kate a lot more than it hurt Vivian, and that looks like it might be playing out here with Vivian extending the lead on the run.
And not just that, actually Viola Oberländer, before we go into the splits, when you see them on the screen again, is staying with Kate Davey. She lost time before, and it almost looked like she might be going by in a second there. So definitely a tough workout, but Kate Davey, it's going to take half a lap, then she's got her legs back. So here we go, splits. Megan Jacoby done with the row after 38.28. The lead now 2 minutes and 8 seconds on Vivian Tefudo, 2:11 on Kate Davey. Viola Oberländer another 5 seconds down, and then there is Linda Meyer. And we got Camilla Massa still not out of contention. Lauren Weeks, now she is where we expect her to be. This is the Stockholm syndrome for Lauren Weeks, you know, redefining it. It looks like she's back. She just had this incredible dip in those 2 workouts, and now she is the constant Lauren Weeks that we know.
Yeah, and we know she's typically would go unbroken on the wall balls as well, so can claw back time there against some other ladies. So she's clawing her way back into the race now. It's almost certainly too much of a gap to Megan at this stage for her to win. But she's clinging on at the moment, and it wouldn't put it past her to get a second or third spot here.
And you know, I like the question from Sanaturo in the live chat. What should you eat before Hyrox competition? And I'm just going to encourage everybody else out there in the live stream to put down what they think you should eat before Hyrox competition. I want to know as well, as we're looking at Megan Jacoby at the Farmer's Carry. You know, she makes it look fairly easy, but this is brutal right now. It's hurting. You know, the sign for Megan Jacoby that she is hurt is when she's not talking while doing the workout. If she's not chatting away, it's exhausting right now. So the Farmer's Carry, now that is an interesting one that I'm really looking forward to see, because they're doing double laps. So they're doing one lap 2 times. There's a little L shape down there. So depending on the scenario that we're seeing here right now, you know, with Vivian Tefudo actually running away a little bit from Kate Davey and from Viola Oberländer, they can exactly see on the Farmer's Carry now how the gap is changing or not.
Yeah, and I think there's a good chance that Megan's going to get out of this station, 2 laps of this station, without seeing another athlete enter it, which will please her no end.
This is just, I don't want to use the word insane, but this is wild. This is your leader. This is Megan Jacoby at the Farmer's Carry. Everybody joining us just now, welcome to the 2024 Hyrox World Championship live from Nice. On the microphone with me is Greg. My name is Till, and we are looking at your leader, Megan Jacoby, just finished with the Farmer's Carry. Before you called it, Greg, another athlete is even touching the weights. So, and she literally left the workout before some of our more relaxed elite athletes today left the workout before going together.
I think this is Vivian Tefudo about to arrive at the Farmer's Carry. I mean, one thing that having to do 2 laps of this 100-meter course opens up is the possibility for mistakes. If an athlete like runs out after doing 1 lap because their mind's gone and they're not focusing, then that would lead to a penalty at the end of the day.
So, Vivian Tefudo, roughly a 10-second, 15-second head start on Kate Davey, Viola Oberländer, then Linda Meyer's there as well. And we just now saw Lauren Griffith leave the row, and she is limping. All right, something is not working right for Lauren Griffith. Just a little update for everybody out there watching the race here today. She is still getting it out there. And now you got that moment. You got Viola Oberländer behind Kate Davey, and she's got to try to find that moment where she can pass. And here we go. She's trying it on the outside lane, going through. This is expending a lot of energy now to go past her. She needed that pass before the turn.
Yeah. I'll tell you who is moving well, though, Lauren Weeks. I just saw her finishing off her run there, and she looked like she was finishing that run at least much quicker than some of the other ladies we've seen coming in, and she's moving pretty well so far through it.
But now this is the double lap. We've got Vivian Tefudo, who now it looks like she's just about to maybe drop the weight. She's really struggling with Camilla Massa.
Yeah, she does.
Running there now as well. Viola Oberländer, this is the chance. If she can go through, she can get a little bit closer. But you can see in their faces, Vivian Tefudo. She is dropping the weights again there for a second. This is Camilla Massa, but she's a lap behind. And then on the far end, that was Viola Oberländer. And here we go. Vivian Tefudo, can she go through? No, she drops the weights for a 3rd time. And you know, now Viola Oberländer can even see that. Vivian Tefudo had to re-grip 3 times. She is still second. She's dropping the weights now. But there is Viola Oberländer on the right-hand corner as Camilla Massa is going into the next lap. And then Kate Davey and Linda Meyer. Now, that was surprising. She started so fast into that workout station. She was not able to catch Kate Davey. And we're going to give you the splits here in a second. 2:22. Vivian Tefudo now ahead behind Megan Jacoby, Viola Oberländer. Now she is another 10 seconds down. So she made up just a little bit of ground. She went past Kate Davey. And this is Vivian Tefudo back out onto the run course. Next to her, Sarah Piagiani from England, last year's qualifier in Cologne. The winner. Incredible race there. But not in contention today with our top women. And here we go, these are the gaps, and look at Lauren Weeks. So now you compare that gap to what we've seen after the row, it hasn't changed.
No.
She is now going the same pace as Megan Jacoby in the front.
Yeah, and she's clawing back time on the other ladies above her. Now 35 seconds off of second place. I'm not sure I'd bet against getting that second.
I'm not betting anything. 2 to 6, I'm not betting anything right now. I mean, this is Lauren Weeks 35 seconds to second, the way she's going right now. Absolutely possible. And then you look behind, it's literally 15 seconds between second and fifth. Heading out onto that run course. Vivian Tafudo has been running beautifully today. Seeing her in the picture right now. Viola Oberländer behind her, just really trying to hold it together on the run. She needs to stay in contention, because what do you do in this scenario? You have to look forward. You have to move forward, because you know it only takes one athlete to come from behind. A Lauren, a Linda, a Kate, and you're out of the top 3.
And some of this, they'll be asking themselves, how are they confident on the lunges? Are they confident on the wall balls? Like, some of these ladies know they can go unbroken on the wall balls, others can't. So does that mean they have to push more before they get to that station?
And looking at the setup we got right now, they do. With Lauren Weeks that close and Linda Meyer that close, Kate Davey and Viola Oberländer for sure need to open that gap a little more. Megan Jacoby, what do you reckon? Has she thought about the world title in the last couple of minutes?
Maybe.
Not before, but I mean like in the last couple of minutes. Do you think like it's gone through her head? Does she dare it, dreaming of it?
I think so, and she's moving well here through the lunges, stepping through, pretty calm.
Honestly, this is wild, what we're seeing right now. She doesn't even take the breather. She literally did a 1-foot turn to head back into the next lane here. This is usually the moment where you tiptoe just a little bit to breathe. She does not. Head referee with her. She's moving smooth. Good rhythm there.
She knows she's 10 minutes away from something that she's thought about every minute of every day for the past year.
First time taking a little bit of a step there in between. Okay, so perfectly executed. This is an important one, what we just saw there. That's also what the head referee indicated. If you take that last step to get over the white line, you gotta do the lunge. You can't just step over. It's gotta be a lunge over the line. Megan Jacoby, she is still alone on that grid at the sandbag lunges. And then all that is left as we're looking at Viola Oberländer from Germany. What a trip she had. They had flooding in the south of Germany, so the trains were barely running. So she would have missed the flight if it wasn't for the flight then being delayed by an hour and a half as well. That's the only way she got here very late. She was literally the last one into the venue last night, you know, making sure to check it out. And I don't even think we had a chance to grab her for interviews because she got here so late, and she is showing us a beautiful race right now. Interesting move with the shoulder there, trying to relax a little bit after those workouts. And you see Kate Davey, I'm still amazed by her race. She's losing a little bit of time now as Viola Oberländer is heading into the workout station. And I'm looking forward to seeing those gaps into the sandbag lunges. Vivian Tafudo, she is in. She lost 17 seconds on Megan Jacoby in this run. Here she comes. But I want to see the gap to Viola Oberländer as well. It was 10 seconds coming out of the farmer's carry. And there they are. You see all three of them pretty much next to each other, with the difference being Megan Jacoby's about to leave. To say, bye-bye, I'm out.
Yeah.
I don't have time for this.
Viola's moving really well there. She's past Vivian, and obviously the gap's not much, but she looks like she's moving well, and I'd say she's certainly moving better than Vivian is at the moment. Kate Davey there in fourth. She is taking some short breaks. Sort of like Megan, for example, stepping through in the early stages of these lunges. Kate's not doing that, and that's is that Linda clawing back some time on her there.
Look at Megan Jacoby. Did you just see that? She just went hang loose.
Yeah.
This woman is on fire. She knows
And, you know, we asked her for a great show before the race, and she is delivering without a doubt. All right, we talked about it. You know, are we going to go sub 1 hour or not? We're going to see what the times are. It's going to get close here in Nice. We've seen how tough the sled push and the sled pull was. It was a lot of work for all the athletes as we got Vivian Tefudo and Viola Oberländer literally stride by stride going here. Linda Meyer don't count her out, and in a second we got to see how Lauren Weeks is faring on this, and she is faring well. There she is. She's just on the right-hand corner about to finish her lunges. She is now a lunge and a half behind Kate Davey. She is crawling back more time. Linda Meyer, I expected her to be able to close the gap to those two here, but she's not. The gap remains the same. We see her just over Viola's shoulder there. And now that last lane for them, I want to see, is Viola able to maybe move away from Vivian Tefudo a little bit? She needs it. Viola Oberländer is not going to do unbroken wall balls.
Viola just stumbled a little there. Her legs are obviously hurt, and she stumbled on that. I will say, though, that Vivian is sticking with Viola pretty well at the moment. It looked in the early stages of this station that Viola was moving much better and moving faster, but they're still neck and neck here.
But you see the pain now. Like, she is struggling to lift her feet. Linda Meyer. In left-hand corner. Kate Davey, Lauren Weeks. Lauren Weeks now slowing down as well. You know, Kate Davey now staying with her, but she is struggling. Look at the drama. Look at the faces we're seeing here, at the bodies right now. So top right-hand corner, that is Kate Davey. She is absolutely fighting Viola Oberländer. You can see not stable on her legs anymore. Vivian Tefudo slowing down. This is about preserving a little bit of energy, but also risking something. This is the second last workout. There is no doubt Megan Jacoby is gone. We're going to welcome her across the line as first after second in last year. She is going to be the world champion here. But who's going to be on that podium? Viola Oberländer, what is she doing? She's trying to run out the wrong direction. That's 4 seconds for you right there. But she is out seconds, despite the slight mishap by Viola Oberländer. She's out on the round course. But Vivian Tefudo, she's not going to be far behind. Linda Meyer is out now as well. Again, just seconds between second, third, and fourth. And Linda Meyer, she looks like she's running well, and she is a real threat to everybody in front of her at the wall balls.
Yeah, for sure. I'd say it looked like she was running the most well out of those three as they came out, and it looks like she's moving much better, clawing back some time on Vivian there, and you're right, on the wall balls I think she'll feel confident that she can do well there. This is a real battle here for second and third spot.
Zach Thomas, I love his predictions. You know, he did the math. He says 59.20. That's the time he's going to expect here for Megan Jacoby to cross the finish line. So let's see. Let's also see how hard she's going to go. Look at that. Viola Oberländer. Why does she keep turning around? Viola, the race is in front of you. Okay, Megan Jacoby, stay on her. Use this advantage right now. If you can take that spirit, that energy from Megan Jacoby, it doesn't matter that she is ahead. Use this as a motivation, but Vivian Tefudo behind. She is not budging an inch. Linda Meyer. And I don't know if you can pick up the atmosphere through our microphones. But we are welcoming our leader, Megan Jacoby, into the wall balls. I can barely hear my own voice here. The biggest smile on her face. She knows. Greg, she knows she's got this. This is going to be a round of incredibly painful celebration at the wall balls for her now.
She knows. We thought it might be close throughout the race, and we get to the wall balls, and there could be a wall ball off it. She knows that big smile coming into this station. She knows what a huge gap she's got.
But what's happening behind on the right-hand corner, live here in the exhibition hall? We're seeing Lauren Weeks She went past Kate Davies. She's passed her. She is running well as well. Here we go. So, 2:51 Viola Oberländer behind. The gap to Lauren Weeks, 30 seconds, 34 seconds. Now that is doable for Lauren Weeks if she feels well at the wall balls. But we want to stay with this woman for now. You can see what else unfolds down at the split screen as the chasers are passing Amy Bevilacqua, Vivian Tefudo. She crawled back up to Viola Oberländer. She's gone past her, now passing Jana Lebenstedt from Germany as well. So this is second and third. Viola Oberländer still doing that shoulder move, but on the big screen, this is Megan Jacoby. She deserves the moment here, the woman from the United States. Greg, my heart rate is just like, she's got this, but it's like, this is amazing to watch. The way she executed this race is just beautiful. You know, she's had an incredible season. She qualified early with this race in Chicago. That show she's given us at some of the other races. Amy Bevilacqua now, she's going like, hey, I may not be out there on the bottom screen, but I can still run. I'm going to show you what I can do. Okay. Megan Jacoby. Somebody could serve her a cold drink, but she is not letting up. She's going absolutely relentless right now. And we're going wild in here. Absolutely crazy.
You can see 67, 68 there on the new screens counting the wall balls.
So this is the new beautiful thing. You're seeing the reps. She had one no rep. It's all about, you know, clean at the bottom, but you also need to hit the target center. And only one no rep so far for her. She's 75 in. She's going into this last quarter. Everybody enjoy the atmosphere. Enjoy these pictures from Megan Jacoby from the United States. She was so emotional about finally seeing her daughter again. She invested so much being away from the family, spending time in Europe, on Cyprus, and some of the places to train with the best in the world. And today, once again, Megan Jacoby is going to be the best in the world on the official stage for the first time at the World Championship. And now it is Linda Meyer. Linda Meyer crawled back up onto the podium positions on the run. We're counting the last three for Megan Jacoby. Let's bring her home, everybody. Here she is, your World Champion 2024, Megan Jacoby.
And her daughter greets her across the line. Wow.
There she is, the daughter. Here we go. It's like
59-59.
59-59, sub 1 hour for the title here. She is beyond ecstatic, and in a moment, don't you worry, we will be back with second, third, or fourth. Just give her that moment. Celebrations from one of our founders, Mo Förster, who himself was an Olympian playing field hockey for Germany. But we don't want to forget, we're going to see it in a second, behind, literally shoulder to shoulder, going into the wall balls. We had Linda Meyer.
Linda's dropped some time. So Linda paused. We talked about Linda's strong at the wall balls, but Linda's paused. And in fact, Viola and Vivian have overtaken her so far on the wall balls.
That is interesting. That is really interesting. Viola 5 wall balls ahead of Linda Meyer, but now Viola's pausing at 39. Look at this, 39 no rep there for Viola Oberländer. No rep for Vivian Tefudo. 40 wall balls in for second, third, and fourth. We're seeing 2 times Germany. We're seeing 1 time USA. Linda Meyer, Viola Oberländer, and then there is Vivian Tefudo, and one of them is not gonna be in the top 3. I do not want to be either of those women right now. They're gonna set a new personal record. Linda Meyer, she has passed Viola Oberländer. Viola Oberländer, exactly the same count as Vivian Tefudo, who's now 1 ahead. And hey, Lauren Weeks next to them is now only 7 wall balls behind. You cannot rest. No rest for the wicked here today. Linda Meyer, she found her rhythm. She rested early for a second there. She is now 5 wall balls ahead of Viola Oberländer and Vivian Tefudo. And Lauren Weeks, she is there. She is ready to snatch that 3rd place podium from Vivian Tefudo and Vivian Oberländer. Oh my word. What a race we're seeing here in the women's elite today, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. This is the fight for the second and third podium spot. Viola Oberländer, she is resting. This gives Vivian Tefudo the chance to go by. And they're only 4 wall balls ahead of Lauren Weeks now. This is wild. Linda Meyer took a rest, 75-76. Linda Meyer, Vivian Tefudo. Whoever is able to push through now is gonna take that coveted second spot. I'm telling you right now.
This, you can see on the screens there, Viola's had 6 no reps, Vivian's had 3 no reps.
Linda Meyer is resting. This is the moment for Vivian Tefudo. This is her big chance.
They both passed her.
This is the moment. She's gone past. Can she push through? It will be impossible for the other women to catch her if she managed to hold it together here. And she is not going to rest again. She's going to finish those 10. Viola Oberländer. No rep for Viola Oberländer. This is brutal. 1 wall ball behind. She is in a slightly better sprinting position. They need to be clean for everybody now. And Linda Meyer, she dropped it. Too many no reps. 79. Lauren Weeks, look at that. It's a sprint. It's a sprint. It's a no rep for Viola Oberländer. It's a no rep for Viola Oberländer. She did not finish the 100 wall balls.
And then
she is going to be called back. What a drama!
Oh.
What a drama at the wall balls! Are you crazy?
Wow! And I think
Viola Oberländer.
I think Lauren Weeks might have sneaked in 3rd spot there, maybe.
I think she might have snuck into 2nd.
Was it 2nd?
I'm waiting for the official results here.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Wow.
No! Viola Oberländer. Missing the last wall ball. She went from 2nd to 4th by missing this last wall ball. I think she might actually drop back to 5th. I think they still need to adjust the times here. I'm speechless right now. I'm speechless, but this is what we talked about beforehand. They had to wait for the tap of the referee. There is a half-second delay for showing the no rep. They had to wait for it. I understand. You don't do that. There was 3 women literally throwing the ball at the same time at 99.
We said it's going to be a sprint. It's going to be a sprint because
this is
the other element. They could see that the others were on the same wall balls as them. So if you wait, it could cost you.
I'm truly feeling for Viola Oberländer right now. She had it in the bag. She had to make sure that last one was clean. She didn't. Linda Meyer, I want to see the no rep count. She was right there, and suddenly she was 6 reps behind. Oh my word, for a second there, we started out USA 1, 2, 3 for the first couple of workouts. And then the Germans snuck on there, and then it looked like we're gonna have USA 1, Germany 2 and 3. And now we're back to USA 1, 2, 3. I cannot believe Lauren Weeks finished this race in 2nd.
We said it was possible, but she was a long way back and just clawed back time throughout the race.
To say it in the words of our strongest nation, Great Britain, are you having a donkey?
Did we say that?
You do that. It might be the valleys in Wales, but yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Here's Kate Davey. Great race for her as well.
Finishing
Linda Meyer.
5th. Great race for Kate. Finishing 5th. She'll be really, really happy with that.
So I'm eager to find out how this is going to play out for Viola Oberländer. She's been taken out of the results at the moment. She's going to be put in at some point. She'll return to the station. But she did cross the finish line before finishing the workout. So that might involve a penalty on top of the time that she lost.
I don't think there'll be a penalty there because Kate Davey done something very similar in Cologne when she actually qualified for this race, and she luckily had enough time to cross the finishing line, and then the judge called her back, and she was able to do the extra rep without there being a penalty. So I don't think Viola will get a penalty. So I may have been wrong there in saying that Kate finished in 5th because it's possible that Viola is above her and Kate was in 6th.
So we're seeing the argument right now in the comments on the live stream. You know, do they need to check it or something? No, it's very clear. Viola Oberländer, to the way it looks here from right now, had a no rep in the last wall ball. So the counter didn't go to 100. She didn't wait for the counter to see the numbers. She ran across the finish line. And then, so here we go. That is the scenario, but we want to know what's happening down there. We want to hear from our new world champion, and she is with Lauren. Lauren, take it away.
She is indeed France. We've got a brand new world champion, and her name is Megan Jacoby. In this moment, all of the journey that you've been on, can you sum up how you're feeling?
It's actually, I'm not even sure I know how to feel right now. I'm like smiling and laughing and crying all at the same time. My heart was in my throat the entire time during the wall balls. I didn't know if I was gonna get the next rep. It was just like one at a time. It was so overwhelming. But that's why we practice. That's why we're here. Every single one of these women that I race with motivates me, inspires me, pushes me to be better, a better person, a better athlete. And I'm just so overwhelmed by the support of the community. This year, Hyrox has blown up, and you can feel that energy and the excitement behind it. And it's honestly been a completely different feeling this season. My last race, it was not my best. I was feeling pretty down about it. I took some time to just kind of relax from training and fall in love with it again. And I had a really good lead up to this race, and I could just feel it today. I just felt like I knew I had it today when I got out there. So,
Mila, how proud are you of your mummy today?
I'm very proud of her, and
louder.
I'm very proud of her, and that's it.
We're very proud of her too. Meg, this has been a real journey for you because you turned 33 a couple of days ago, and it was a particularly special anniversary in your journey to be here. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so when I was 23, I found out that I was having this beautiful girl right here, and she's honestly been my why for the last 10 years. We've had some hard times, but the last 2 years have really been an amazing journey for me, and I'm really living my dream. I'm a professional athlete full-time now, and it just feels like before this race, it felt like I already won. I feel like I'm living exactly where I'm supposed to be. So,
what can we expect from the Megan Jacoby of the future? I know it's probably a bit abrupt to think about it, but honestly, I mean, you've really kind of laid down a marker this season, given how new you are to the sport. I can't wait to see what's next.
Thank you. The journey's just beginning. There's going to be ups and downs with racing. We all have them. We all feel them. It's so hard to come in and have the perfect day on the day, and it takes so much patience and so much work. So honestly, just hats off to everybody in this field. Today was just my day, and I'm lucky that I pulled that off and I had a good training block. But these ladies, they worked so hard, and it really could have been any one of them today. So I'm just fortunate that it was me. It was my time.
Well, gold is going to look very good on you. Mila, are you going to give your mummy a hug? Massive congratulations.
Thank you.
Damn you, Megan. Now I'm near tears. You know, she tough on the outside, but look at the soft cookie we've just seen in the interview here. What a deserving world champion in Nice. And a moment, time to breathe for us as well. I mean, this was a wild race. I know there's a lot of arguments going on right now on the live stream, on the comments, like, can we see the no rep from Viola again, and so on. Yes, in a moment's time, we will have Lauren and Greg down there for you on the live screen for the after show, a little wrap up of the race before we then head into the lead up of the men's elite race. So of course they're going to go into those details as well. As we're looking at the screen here, Linda Meyer, she is down with Jana Lebenstedt, the woman who broke her finger, required surgery about a week and a half ago. She wanted to be here in Nice at the wall balls. You see her left hand wrapped, but she's still out there. And then Lauren Griffith, who's been limping along the run course, really struggled as well. And across, we don't know what happened. She had such a stellar and amazing race. Camilla Massa, a woman from Italy, she completely lost it in the last 2 stations. But we're going to jump back to Lauren, who's got Kate Davey and on the microphone.
I do indeed, Till. Thank you very much. Kate, what a phenomenal race. And for big periods of that, you were up right at the front. Have you exceeded your own expectations today?
I think my face, when I came into the row, I could have been like this. I didn't realise where I was. And then I sat down, I was like, oh my God. It shocked me a little bit. The lunges I always find hard. I'm a shorter athlete. It's one of my weaker things, so I lost it a little bit there, but Anthony and I had discussed, and I said I would love to be top 10, and he's like, I'm not having it, Kate. I want you in the top half. And in my head, I was like, yeah, I can do that, but there was a big part of me that thought, can I? And then I started out, all the girls go out really hard, and I'm never like, I'm always in the ski, like the bottom third. And I just thought, just dig deep. I had good burpees, love the burpees. And I just kept pushing, and I've had a lot going on at home, and I just had those 2 little ones, and how brave my little boy has been in my head the whole time, because I can have an hour of pain out there if he can be brave every single day. So.
For context, for those who don't know, your little boy going in and out of hospital a lot recently, and then coming out the other side and PBing his 5K. Talk about motivation, eh?
Yeah. So he came home from hospital the other day, put on his shoes and went out and PB'd his 5K, and I think that's such an amazing attitude to have. Like, don't sit on the sofa and eat a tub of ice cream and feel sorry for yourself. Just go and prove that you're like strong and you're fit. So I'm so proud of him, and yeah, my family all here supporting me, and Anthony and Lauren, like, oh my God, I've learned a lot.
I bet. And for an athlete who qualified through the last chance qualifier in 3rd position. And nearly didn't when you messed up the warbles. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, your warbles were good. You're fine, you're fine. But to finish in the top half of the field, how much confidence does that give you for next year?
I feel good, and I'm only just getting started on my new programming, so yeah, I'm an older athlete, but it clearly doesn't matter.
Awesome job, Kate. Go and enjoy this with your friends and family.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Beautiful words, and everybody is with Camilla Massa now. You just heard the cheers here from the arena, and if you watch the split screen at the bottom, tears for Lauren Griffith with her family in pain. But here we go. We've got Lauren Weeks, Lindemeyer, Viola Oberländer, despite her own mishap, despite really giving away the podium here, they are with Camilla Massa. She's going to finish it here, our final athlete across the line, I believe, on the day here today. Ah, what a tough day for the Italian. Can't wait to find out what happened. She was within the lead, nearby for most of the time. And now we got her across the line here. Looking at the standings, as Lauren Weeks is with Camilla Massa, Megan Jacoby has taken the win. Your new world champion, 3 minutes 38 ahead of Lauren Weeks, who fought back after this struggle, those problems she had in the first workout, so in the, like the sled stations. Vivian Tefudo, all around great race. And then, well, I'm waiting for the official confirmation where we're placing Viola Oberländer in the end. At the moment, I still got her in 4th, ahead of Lindemeyer, Kate Davey, Amy Bevilacqua, Sarah Pergiani, Marie Fetchik from Canada, Michaela Norman, and, you know, Vivian Tefudo. She had such an all-around brilliant race, and Lauren is going to hear from her right now.
I am indeed, and we have had an update down on the floor. Vivian Tefudo, in fact, coming in 3rd. Vivian, thank heavens it's no longer a 4th. Yeah. How does that feel to finally land on the podium?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. That was some weird circumstances. You know, it's when it's tight like that. I mean, I thought I got 4th, so what happened was Viola crossed, Lauren crossed, I crossed. Lauren and Viola got called back. Lauren was not supposed to get called back, it was supposed to be me. So what ended up happening is after those two went back, they decided to go with Viola's original time. So, and they gave her a 5-second penalty. They gave me a 5-second penalty, so those two canceled out, but she had a 3-second penalty from earlier. So I think how it shook out now is we got Meg, Lauren, myself, Viola. That was a really tight battle at the end. I'm heartbroken for Viola. I mean, it was a lot of confusion. I was certainly, when it finished and they were like, you got a no rep, I was like, what is going on? It's, we're trying to uphold the rules. It's a little bit frustrating when it's so chaotic. I mean, none of us can hear anything when we're doing the wall balls. I thought I was good. I mean, I guess we both thought we were good. But I'm happy with how it shook out. I'm proud of everybody. I'm proud of Lauren. I know that probably wasn't the race that she wanted to happen, but for her to come back like that and get second, I mean, she's got the heart of a champion, and I'm really grateful that we have such great leaders in the sport, with especially Meg and Lauren are just wonderful people, wonderful advocates for the sport, and I'm so happy for them. I know it probably wasn't the race that Lauren wanted, but she's always such a good sport and such a great competitor, and I think she showed that today by coming back and getting second. And I'm really happy. I get to be done now. I get to go on vacation with my family, and I get to eat my body weight in peanut M&Ms. So I'm thrilled, and I'm on the podium. So it's a good day for me, and just happy to be here. So that's how I feel.
I think it speaks a lot about your character that I asked you a question and all you did was speak about all the other girls in the field. But Vivian, massive congratulations. I hope you enjoy Mallorca, is it?
Mallorca, yeah.
Hope you enjoy Mallorca and have an incredible evening.
Thank you, you too.
More drama than one could wish for, but an incredible race to watch. You heard Vivian Tafuto just now with Lauren. You know, she's heartbroken for Viola. Great sportsmanship that we're seeing there, that we're hearing here. And we're gonna see it in the after show in a second with Lauren and Greg. There's still a lot of argument going on about that last no rep for Viola, and you will see it very clearly, I believe, from what I've been told in the pictures. She puts the ball against the lower edge of the board. And I've seen the questions and the comments. Has the technology been validated? Absolutely, and 100%. And it's been tested and tested again and again and again yesterday, today, all throughout the day. It's all validated. And let's not forget, what is required is both to go below the 90 degree when you go low, as well as hitting the center target. It's not just about hitting the corner of the target, it's about hitting the center target. But we'll go into that into detail. We'll see the replay, I believe, with Lauren and Greg in just a second. But what a fantastic race it's been. What an incredible world champion, Megan Jacoby. So deserving. She invested so much in the last months here. She was away from the family. She traveled across Europe. She trained with the best in the world and made sure that she was ready for the showdown here in Nice. And let's not forget, everybody, this was just the beginning of the night. We're going to go from here into the post-show, and then we're going to go straight into the lead-up of the walk-on for our elite men, and then jump into the men's race. Lots of drama that we've seen. Everybody joining us just now for or leading up towards the men's race. Some of it we still don't even know what the drama is that we've seen. We're looking at Camilla Massa from Italy, who was super confident going into the race, who was well within contention of the podium spots until the second last workout, and then ended up absolutely losing it. You know, lots of drama, but we want to hear from Lauren, who's right in the mix of everything.
Cheers, Till. Yeah, I'm here with Lauren Weeks, Anthony Pericini, and Little Lily. And oh my gosh, Lauren, that really was an unbelievable finish. But I don't really want to focus on that because your comeback was nothing short of incredible. Mentally, you say you keep finding ways to keep digging into yourself. What did that take?
I had to dig very deep today. I think I came out of sled pull in 10th place maybe. So it was a battle, for just a mental battle to try and claw back place after place after place. And it wasn't until the last 5 wall balls that I was even able to kind of catch up all the way back to, I think, second. I don't even know 100% sure where I finished.
I think it's second at the moment, but again, it's been a little bit confusing down here. In terms of what happened on the sleds, just a bad lane, bad day, or something more than that?
I don't know. Like even on my first pull, like I couldn't move the sled on my first pull, and I was like, oh crap. So I don't know if it was like caught on something and I was able to like snag it off, but I don't think that was it because my entire pull was like really hard. So I think I just had a hard sled pull day.
Anthony, you're clearly much more and better occupied than doing an interview with me. But how proud are you of Lauren's performance? Because we are so used to seeing her winning and dominating, but coming from behind like she did, that's something so special.
Yeah, I mean, every time it's a different race, and to see her like fight back after that, like she fell down to 8th place and to claw all the way back to 2nd in a last second, like literally split second difference. It was awesome to see. I'm always proud of her, but that makes me really happy to see her fight. And yeah.
Of course, the weekend doesn't end here. We've still got the racing happening tomorrow in age groups, doubles and the US team relay.
No, I think my teammate hurt her Achilles just in this race, so we may or may not be doing doubles if she feels okay. Yes, we're doing doubles on Sunday, but I'm not gonna push her to do that. But I do have the relay Sunday night.
Well, can't wait to see you out there again. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. We're going to head back up to commentary because the men's race is up next.
I cannot believe she's actually planning on racing 3 times on this weekend, you know. You might just as well. And Lauren was talking about the confusion. Both Laurens down there, not sure who plays where, but I do believe we have confirmed results. Here we go, confirmed results. Megan Jacoby just staying under the 1 hour mark, taking the world title here. Lauren Weeks coming in 2nd. Vivian Tafuda coming in 3rd. And then we got Viola Oberländer just behind in 4th place. And then we got Linda Meyer in 5th. Can't wait to find out what happened to her in the last 10 wall balls. Kate Davies 6th, Amy Bevilacqua fighting back to 7th after a rough start. Sarah Pergiani, Maria Fitchik, Michaela Norman, we said it from the beginning, she didn't look super smooth, 10th. Elena Wilno in 11th, Lauren Griffith in 12th, Jana Lebenstedt, despite the broken finger, not coming in last. And then Camilla Massa, to me still a miracle, or like just not in a good way. What happened, you know?
Yeah.
We don't know yet, Greg.
No, we're not sure what happened with Camila, but presumably Jana's finger played a part in that. And then Lauren Griffith, I was just down by the stage and I saw her being helped away by the medics. It looks like it's her Achilles, which is a terrible wound.
You know, of course, we're also trying to find out what happened to Antje Hardis. We saw her early in the race literally taking a break on the run course, taking a breather. It looks like she just couldn't breathe properly today, but we haven't heard from her. She did not finish the race, so our top 15 is now a top 14 at the finish line, in case you're wondering where 15th athlete is. But that is our wrap-up for the women's race, because we're going to continue, we're going to keep the hype high. And how, as a man, do you follow this women's race? We're going to find out. No, we're getting ready for the official walk-on of our men's Elite 15 race. David Megida. You know, we had Megan Jacoby, the greatest showwoman on earth. David Megida, very different style to Hunter McIntyre, but still an amazing showman. He qualified in Chicago as 3rd. Rich Ryan. Wow, boy, can we talk about Rich Ryan later on. Qualified in Washington in as 3rd.
Representing Scotland!
And we got Scotland. Scotland in the house. And this is like, when I say Scotland in the house, is like, you don't understand him when he talks Scotland. I got in the house. You will probably, Greg. I don't. Graham Halliday from Scotland. Tobias Loudwine. Now he is replacing Tim Venish. Tim Venish had to pull out for medical reasons. Unfortunately, I don't want to go into detail, but nothing to joke about. So he's not taking any risks here today. So Tobias Loudwine is put in for Team Germany. Jonathan Wynn, qualifying last chance in Anaheim with a 3rd place there. And here we go. go with the former Ironman triathlete from Spain, qualifying with a second place in Vienna, Pelayo Menendez-Fernandez, one of the athletes who's shown incredible promise. Straight when hit the seam, so it'll be exciting. He's still struggling with the weights every once in a while compared to some of our other athletes. Michael Sandbach coming in third in Stockholm. I assume we will see a win-or-go-home situation with Michael Sandbach today. Thomas Turek came third in Vienna. This race where we saw Alex Ronkovic just have a special race in front of the home crowd, celebrating with everybody. Not Lucas Storant, it's Colin Stiefer we're seeing here today racing. So Lucas Storant is second German athlete. He last minute had to pull out the race so last minute that we literally couldn't change the graphics anymore. So it was like, hey Colin, surprise, you brought some shorts? Bo Wilts. Boy, has this man progressed. The man from New Zealand coming in third in Stockholm. I saw him at one of his first races and he was good, but he wasn't great, and he progressed to great so fast. Dylan Scott. Dylan Scott, is he a threat today, Greg?
Definitely. After that, I wouldn't necessarily have said that before the race in Washington, but after that, yes, 100%.
Winning Washington, and I'm still questioning, how can you be so skinny and so fast in this competition, even at the workouts? Ryan Kent, the man who won Chicago. Let's not forget, in the race here, we got 4 different major winners battling it out for the world champion title. Dylan Scott being one of them, Ryan Scott being one of them, and here we go. Alex Ronkovic from Austria. He qualified in Chicago in third, but he took the win in Vienna at the major in front of the home crowds. And winning this incredibly tough last chance qualifier race in Cologne, James Kelly. There he is, big smile on his face. Well, and here we go. I'm ready for everybody to get noisy. From the United States, the world record holder, winner of the Stockholm race, the man to beat today. Purely looking at the qualifying times, a minute ahead of the second fastest athlete qualified for the World Championship. This is Hunter McIntyre. All right, I'm still trying to recover from that women's race, and we're already pretty much in the middle of the men's race here. Everybody, buckle your seat belts. I hope you got your popcorn ready. We are very close to starting the men's 15 elite race, elite 15 race. Alex Ronkovic, let's see how long it takes him to get rid of his shirt and his cap.
We talked in the women's race about, you know, Megan and Lauren typically go out fast. I think we're going to see something very, very fast at the start of this race with people like Hunter.
Sandbach is going all Hulk Hogan, sorry. It's like, I'm going to rip this thing apart. Sorry, back to you.
But yeah, people like Hunter, they know that they want to race Hunter in the early stages in this race. Too often, he's led from the start, opened up the gap. There's a few guys in this race that have decided they don't want to allow that today. Michael Sandbach, Alex Ronkovic, I think they want to go with him, and I think he's going to start very, very fast.
And hey, with Michael, you know, he's going to risk it all. If the pace is high, he's going to be there.
I had lunch with him, and he said, my aim is to beat Hunter off of the ski, which means... Woo! Yeah, and he knows that means going all out for this first run and skis. So yeah.
An official bet for the race here is how many men will still be wearing their shirt after the ski erg. Right now, there's only one who's taken it off, Hunter McIntyre. Here we go, off they go. This is the start for the men's Elite 15 race. Alex Ronkovic picking that inside line. And so now I can finally say it. Everybody who watched the women's race, I said, you know, Tim Vanish, he had his tip for the winner, and he said, it is Alex Ronkovic's time. he will be the man today. Let's see if Tim Vinish, who was supposed to start the race here, is right. But hello, Alex.
He's gone out with that intention.
Yep. Dylan Scott, very controlled. There's another man who definitely can run. Michael Sandbach with Hunter McIntyre. Can you imagine? Just, you know, like, this is very early in the race. This is just a theoretical. Alex Rankovic going like that, and Michael Sandbach is going like, hold on, I focused on the wrong guy. I don't need to beat Hunter McIntyre out of the ski erg, but all right, that's just speculating right now. But Alex Rankovic definitely feeling his running legs here right now. Anybody out there still want to go and say swimmers can run? Look at Alex Rankovic. Michael Sandbach was like, okay, hold on. It's not Hunter McIntyre. It's Alex Rankovic I got to run with. So he's pulling away from Hunter. Hunter's looking at his watch like, excuse me, what's happening right now?
We know Alex is, obviously Alex is fast. He's one of the most impressive athletes that we've ever seen in the sport. But in Cologne recently, at the open weight, he done a time of like 50 minutes something, like breaking the world record that we've never seen. And you know, with the lower weights, the running becomes even more important. So his running is clearly in the best place he's ever been, really. And I know I could say the same about Sandy, who ran a 15:23 5K the other day, weighing at around 92 kilograms. Again, incredibly impressive. So
that's incredibly impressive if you weigh 70 kilos.
Yeah, not too many people have done that at 92 kilograms.
Alex Rankovic, look at that. Strong arm movement there. Michael Sandbach in second, just ahead of Hunter McIntyre. But hey, Hunter McIntyre that close. I mean, it's Hunter McIntyre. There's gonna be that switch inside him where he goes like, excuse me, this is my show here. What your boys doing?
And he can ski, I mean, very similar, but probably slightly faster than these guys. So a few seconds behind them isn't going to concern him, too much at this stage.
Here we go, shirt coming off. He's like, I'm done. I'm looking forward to the official count. We had 14 shirts on as we went into the race. Okay, Michael is there. On the shoulder of Alex. But this is maybe just the gap that they need on Hunter McIntyre. If they can get out of the ski erg shoulder to shoulder with Hunter McIntyre, knowing about their running legs, we've got an interesting situation on our hands. But after what we've seen in the women's race, I'm trying to stay calm before we've seen the sleds.
But after what we've seen in the women's race, till the very last second, we don't really truly know what's going to happen.
Here we go. Alex is on. Michael Sandbach is on. You saw Hunter McIntyre touch that lever for the resistance on the ski erg, and every athlete is allowed to adjust once. So they got to do it one time. It's their shot. It has a presetting. They know exactly what the presetting is, and off they go. And very interesting to see, if you look at it, Michael Sandbach, very different to how Alex Rankovic does the ski erg. And I think there's so many different techniques, and they're still figuring out what the best thing is and so on. You see Alex Rankovic using his lats a lot more before putting the upper body down. Michael Sandbach instantly bringing those shoulders forward and down. So very different. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a glimpse of the times here. We're looking at a 1:46, 1:47 for Alex Rankovic, if I've seen that right. And of course, our graphics are working on getting us the splits that we've seen before. 1:38, so actually not a 40, a 30. 1:38 for Alex Rankovic right now. And then next to Michael Sandbach, then we got Hunter McIntyre with the boys there. He came in third. And here we go. So James Kelly came in fifth. Ryan Kent, Thomas Trudig, Elayo Hernandez Mendes, Graham Halliday, Dylan Scott, and Bo Wills. That's our top 10 coming in. But 1 to 15, 20 seconds apart.
And also a 3 minutes 14 first kilometer for Alex Rankovic there.
So, and this is interesting. For the first half of the ski erg, Alex Rankovic and Michael Sandbach pretty much going exactly the same pace here, and they so far kept a slight gap on Hunter McIntyre. It's not much. It's somewhere in the 15 to 20 meter range, and so he's crawling back up a little bit, but this could play out just nicely to be all three of them leaving the ski erg at the same time.
Yeah.
Is Hunter McIntyre, if that is the scenario, is Hunter McIntyre going to go with him, or are they running away again? Taking bets now.
The interesting dynamic here, I mean, we talked about it earlier, is that how the winner of the race is almost always led by sled pull, burpee broad jumps, really at the latest in the majors this year. We just saw it again in the women's race. But Hunter, I don't believe, has ever won a race in Hyrox if he hasn't been leading at the end of the burpee broad jumps. These guys know that. They're obviously going out fast here. They want to make sure that they're leading at that stage of the race, because that's a position that Hunter's never been in and won before.
But let's not forget the conditions in here. It is something different. Most of our races happen throughout winter. It's cold outside, it's cold inside. I mean, there's literally been races where we were standing in like puffer jackets working on the inside. It's been warm in Nice, which might play a role as well. It's a little bit of a different setup for all the athletes now. So here we go. You see top left-hand screen. It is Rankovic and Sandbach. It is insane how close together they are. And McIntyre, he's now just 10 to 15 meters behind. We got Kelly and Ken trailing by about 90. And now Rankovic is out, Sandbach is out, and here goes Hunter McIntyre. 2-3 seconds behind, that's all. Top three men's. And after, I'm repeating myself, but after what I've seen in the women's race, I can't wait to see those sleds.
Yeah. And these guys won't be, they're almost like being encouraged if their sleds are feeling heavy as thick in the day. These are three of the strongest guys in the field that will thrive on that. There's a potential that they could open up a gap against the rest of the field if their sleds are tough.
So this doesn't make sense to me. Alex Rankovic didn't even take a drink. You're doing Hyrox. If you've never done a Hyrox out there, Greg, you'll be able to confirm it to the viewers. The dryness in your mouth, even just after one workout, is just, you cannot imagine it. It's terrible.
It is, yeah, it is. And it's like you said, it's warm in here. You want to be throwing it over your head to keep the temperature down as well. It is tough.
Dylan Scott, 22 seconds down on those leaders. But look at that, 3:36 split time for Michael Sandbach, Hunter McIntyre, Alex Rankovic, a mere second behind. Thomas Turdik is 8 seconds down from that Graham Halliday. Beautiful, the man from Scotland, just another second slower. Overall, very, very close. Pelayo Menendez Fernandez lost a little more time there, which is not good for the man from Spain, because he tends to be a little stronger on the endurance-focused workouts.
Yes, but I think he is the strongest runner in the field, and the ski isn't his strongest station, even though endurance is. But we saw him not have the best race in Washington, D.C. He was already qualified for this race at that stage, and he said to me that he really tested out how much he could push it on the ski, and I think it came back to bite him. I think these guys are testing it out in this race to some extent. So I think Pelayo might have just been deliberately conservative at the ski there.
But you would see it's an interesting one. I believe I've never seen Hunter McIntyre just take a glimpse back over and over again to see where the other boys are. Here, again, if they're still there. He's taken the lead, he's taken charge of the race, but Alex Rankovic is there, Michael Sandbach is there.
This is already very different to the race in Manchester last year. I remember when Hunter came into the sled push station in Manchester last year, he raised his hand and sort of waved at the crowd, and it was almost at that point like he knew he'd won because he was feeling good and the gap was already significant. I'd be very surprised if we see him come into the sled push with these two guys on his back. He's raising his hand and waving at the crowd at this stage.
So hypothetically, we have this scenario going into the wall balls. What's going to happen? You're the insider. Come on.
Well, on paper, Alex would take that there. He's done unbroken wall balls at this. In fact, I think he done it in Manchester last year. the only thing I would say is Hunter's never truly been tested at the wall ball station. Has he ever really been pushed to do those unbroken as well? I suspect it's within his abilities. So I would say it would be between the two of those. Historically, Sandy hasn't been so strong on the wall balls, but there's no secret about that, and he's been working on it an awful lot.
But interesting, he is testing the other two right now, and it's an interesting one we talked about before with, for example, Tim Vanish, and that is Hunter McIntyre. You said he's not been properly tested at the wall balls, which kind of means he's not been properly tested in a race, really. So it'll be interesting to see what happens today. This is probably the first time he's really got to max it out for himself if the other two stay with him. And it'll be interesting to see, A, how the race unfolds for him, and B, what that means for the overall split. So I'm feeling fairly confident right now that the sled and the carpet weren't the issue for Lauren Weeks, because it wasn't an issue for Michael Sandbach. Oh, look at that. That is synchronized sled pushing. Hunter McIntyre, don't you worry about it. He knows exactly when he needs to take that break. Everybody else is taking that break. That is just a matter of seconds there, and just making sure you got the break at the right time to save your legs. You need to save your legs. All right, let's see what the boys can do coming from behind.
I think that's James Kelly came in fourth, and he's another one that I think believes he can maybe win this race. I'm not sure all these guys believe they can win this race. I think James is one of them after his performance in Cologne. I think he's another one that knows that if you're going to do that, you want to be at least alongside Hunter at the burpees. And so I weren't expecting James to be with these guys on the ski, but I think these next two stations are important for him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if we look at the splits here, James Kelly 17 seconds down going into the sled push, 21 seconds down. Thomas Tuertic, Dylan Scott, he's still there, 24 seconds down. And Pelayo, of course, with his run, ran himself back up into 7. But look at that. Look at that. It is Alex Rankovic and Michael Sandbach right now. And they're really synchronized right now. If one of them moves, the other one moves as well. Hunter McIntyre, he's not going to push through. He's going to take one more rest, do you think, or is he going to go through? Yep, he's not willing to lose time there. No, there's his little break. Sandbach is out. Rankovic is out. Hunter McIntyre again is the hunter in the race here, coming out of the sled push. There he goes.
We've got a race on our hands.
We got a race on our hands. James Kelly, he's got one more push there. There he goes. James Kelly is out as well, I believe. Almost there, couple meters. Come on, here we go. 2 more steps. All right, here he goes. James Kelly out, and behind them, everybody is losing time right now. They're bunching together. Still the shirt on with the less hair on his head. Third occupied lane that we're seeing there right now. That is Spain's Pelayo. He's got one more rest, then he's going to go through. This Jonathan Wynn right-hand corner, who's just gone out. All right, here we go. Big group together, including Dylan Scott, Thomas Tuertic, Pelayo's in there, Bo Wills coming through here with the headbands. But the gap now, other than James Kelly, who's 28 seconds, the gap to everybody else has grown to Colin Stiefer to 50 seconds. Again, Colin Stiefer, let's not forget that. He only found out today that he's racing.
Yeah. I think very eager to prove that he belongs in this race as well. Like after that late call-up,
Absolutely. Hunter McIntyre, he is pulling back up to the guys here. He's making sure not to let them go. He's proving them how strong of a runner he is. And, you know, it's not even coming back up saying, I'm going straight through. Hunter McIntyre.
Lapping John Wynn there already.
And you know, Alex Rankovic, he is struggling a little bit right now to go at that pace that Sandberg is going in the front. He is actually, we saw that in before as well. He came in third on that run as he's passing Tobias Lautwein, who's one of the athletes who got subbed in as well. He really needs to bring his A game in the run right now, Alex Rankovic, because none of them is backing down even an inch.
No. Those guys that they're lapping there as well, like John Wynn, 6th at the World Championships last year. Tobias Lautwein, 3rd at the World Championships last year. They're lapping like top athletes at very early stages in this race.
I mean, Michael Sandberg so far, he's taken the lead. You said it before. He said, I wanna beat Hunter McIntyre, you know, coming out of the ski erg. Well, one could ask, what took you so long? One extra workout, but there he is, leading the race now and opening the gap just a little bit. You know, Hunter really expended some energy there to try and close that gap, bridge that gap. He went through Alex Rankovic, who's now staying with him. And Sandy is going for it right now. But Sandy is also the one off the three who you really want to wait how the race unfolds.
Yeah. So Sandy's started 5 individual races this year. He's finished 2 of those. So you can never bet Sandy's going to finish.
I mean, you know, he saved his legs. He saved his legs for the World Championship. I'm sure that's all it is. He is back in your leading man in the men's Elite 15 race. Michael Sandberg from England. And here we go, the overtake at the sled push. Look at that. Here we go. Hunter McIntyre went in first. He takes this first break, and then the other 2 are going through. They finish the lane. That was the overtake. That was the pass. Michael Sandberg, he's in now. We're pulling the sled. Hunter McIntyre second. Alex Rankovic in third. All right, here we go. Each getting their head referees there, making sure everything is clean. They got to stay within that box, so the 2 little white strips in front of them and the solid line behind them. Michael Sandberg in first row, Hunter McIntyre in second, and then it's Alex Rankovic in third position there. And beautiful James Kelly, he is right there. He was 28 seconds down after the sled push. It's now 34. He only lost 6 seconds. Michael Sandberg, he is done. Hunter McIntyre, he's done as well. Alex Rankovic, he is, here we go, the man from Austria, losing just a few seconds there. Just grabbing the road.
He is very good on the sled.
Let's see. Hunter McIntyre is looking good. I think he's looking really good, but it's literally half a pull between Michael and Hunter right now. Alex, he's got to keep the rhythm up. He's got to keep going to stay with them, because he was the weakest out of the 3 runners. It's ridiculous to talk about weak with the splits they're running right now, but he was the weakest out of the amazing runners there. And he needs to be with them to have that elastic to go with them. If they're not right in front of them, he might not push 100% the way he's pushing as he's pushing when he's going with them.
Just to mention the guys behind these top 3, so James Kelly came in 4th, just 34 seconds off of Michael, and then Pelayo Menendez, we talked about him coming back after the ski, and he's doing just that. He was just a minute behind Sandy in 5th, so he's scoring his way back, and if he can get through these sleds in good shape, like the rest of the race is much stronger for him, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do.
He's pulling away at the sled pull right now, and properly, but if I've seen it right, he needs to be careful. I think he's received a warning, and there you see the discussions, you see the argument with the head referee. Again, not a surprise. There's a little bit of a you don't give a Michael a penalty situation going on there, but he's got his warnings, so he's got to be careful there. I'm not 100% sure what it was. It might have been overstepping. We'll try to find out. Doesn't matter if he goes clean now. He is out, and he is increasing his lead over Hunter McIntyre and Alex Rankovic, who is losing valuable time here right now at the sled pull. One more lane to go. Alex Rankovic, he's got to find another gear. And he's got this net, this knot in the rope. It's not clean. Tough pull in there. Referee's helping out, making sure it's clean. He had the rope stuck under the sled.
So Hunter's run out there, and Michael's doing another length. Is he doing an extra? He's done an extra. He's done extra time now.
Boy, that's what I was surprised. Can I not count or not? Because I said, like, after this he's done, he's got a huge lead. Hunter McIntyre out first. We're seeing the next drama in the elite race here. I cannot believe it. How did it take Michael Sandbeck? Now we've got the confirmation. Sandbeck did not just get a warning, he got a 5-meter penalty. That's why he had to go back and clear 5 meters. Here we go. That was the penalty and the argument. He needs to be careful. I think he's received the warning. And there you see the discussions. Not happy about it. Not happy about it. We had drama in the women's race, and now we got drama in the men's race. Michael Sandbeck, he should have been out off the sled pull. A good solid 10-15 seconds ahead. Instead, he is in third, 15 seconds down on Hunter McIntyre. And now the big question is, what is Michael Sandbeck gonna do?
Exactly. If you just take a snapshot there of those splits, he's 15 seconds behind Hunter McIntyre. That's not much at this stage of the race.
That is not much.
But what's it done to his head? If it's any other athlete, they'd probably be feeling good at this point. Will Sandy stay in the game?
So I think one of the great mental things right now for Sandy is that he got Alex 4 seconds ahead of him. So he's got that enemy that he's seeing, you know, and we just saw him flying by. So he's very close to Alex now. We can see him on the far, and as we're looking at James Kelly on the screen here right now, Hunter McIntyre, he's got a roughly 30-meter lead on the run now. Sandy trying to bridge that gap to Alex Rankovic. He's now 1 second behind Alex. Here we go in the screen. That's them. They got Pelayo in the middle. And, you know, we were talking about Pelayo being the strongest runner in the field, but what we're seeing right now, a normal Pelayo on a normal day, we would see run away from Alex and Michael right now, and it's barely happening. He's trying to make that move before the turn. So again, we're going into the psychology of racing right now. This is the best thing that can possibly happen to Alex Rankovic and Michael Sandbeck, because Pelayo can accelerate them. They got legs to follow now. So we'll see. After the sled pull, you see the splits up there. We've got Rankovic 11 seconds down, Sandbeck 15 seconds down. I cannot wait to see the run split for this and to see what the gaps are. Can Hunter McIntyre pull away, or is, you know, Pelayo the carrot that Alex Rankovic and Mike Sandbeck needed right now? I think it's an inner struggle for Michael right now. In the situation he was before, he should be going through Alex. He should be going to the front. He should be running away from Alex the way we've seen Alex run in the last 2 laps. But he is not.
We've talked earlier on in the show about what a sled pull penalty can cost you. I don't know what it was for Sandy, but maybe 45 seconds. If he's only 15 seconds behind there, he'd have come out with a fairly sizable lead without that penalty.
Without a doubt, but it should give him confidence. It should show how well he's prepared for this race here. And you know, the rules are the rules. We've seen the rule drama at the wall balls for the women, with Viola dropping from 2nd into 4th place. And here we go, Hunter McIntyre coming into the workout.
Hunt's coming in, looking over his shoulder there, and I think that gap's been closed a little bit. He had a 11-second lead over Alex, leaving the sled pull. Alex and Sandy have been able to close that slightly here. Now, traditionally, at the burpee broad jumps, Hunter has been very, very strong. But at the same time, we have also seen him get caught with penalties with where his hand play. Oh, a lot of blood on Hunter's arm there. He's obviously managed to scrape that somewhere.
So interesting technique again. If you look at Hunter, he does those short jumps. He does a super high repetition, but shorter jumps than some of the other athletes. Therefore, he still does the double step up, you know, which saves just a little bit of time. Alex Rankovic, he is making up some of the time he's losing by standing up with a slightly longer jump. He's right there, and I can't wait. Okay, lane throw. Michael Sandbach, he's there. He's looking over. You know, he needs to focus on himself right now. He needs to pull himself up, make sure that he really pushes, that he really goes where he needs to go right now.
Slightly different techniques here you're seeing as well with Hunter, slightly shorter jumps, not doing the step up, and then Alex has got the much bigger jumps, but he's moving through them not quite so quickly. Largely moving around overall around the same sort of speed though. And is that Hunter leaving the burp? Oh no, he's just having a pause there. So quite a long pause on the turnaround there. You can see Pelayo at the top of the screen there as well, moving very well through these. He's maintaining good speed. Again, a slightly different technique with that extra little step on his way up. But he's moving very, very quickly through these. And we said if he can get through the sleds in reasonably good shape, the later part of this race is very good for him. And he's showing that here.
There's a German saying that is, am Ende beißt die Maus den Faden ab. So at the end, it's where the mouse is biting the string. For whatever reason, that is the saying. What I mean is with Alex, you see that more controlled, calm getting up compared to Hunter, who's got this fast, high cadence movement. He always does this jump up with both legs. You can see it costs him energy right now. And Alex Rankovic actually gone by. And then behind on the screen, we see James Kelly, we see Pelayo Menendez-Fernandez as well. Okay, Alex, here we go. We've got another jump going there. Across the line, here we go, together with Hunter, back out onto the run track. They're looking around, where's Michael? We're looking around, where's Michael? Here we go, your leaders, Hunter McIntyre, Alex Rankovic from Austria on the legs of Hunter. And here goes Michael Sandbach. He lost a little bit of time on the burpees, and it's just, you just never know about their run. So one lap, Michael runs away from everybody. Next lap, Hunter runs away from everybody. Then Michael and Alex catch back up to Hunter, take 10 seconds out of him on the run. Now, we're seeing Alex going through Hunter McIntyre. Hunter stopped for a drink, so he lost a little bit of time there. But it is a little bit off a gap. And considering that run before, where Alex Rankovic was 10 seconds, almost 10 seconds faster than Hunter McIntyre, again, I'm standing here, I'm not going to call it.
This is impossible to call. Impossible. Because there's no... these guys don't have any weak stations, obviously, as well, but there's such little on the stations between Alex and Hunter in particular. You know, they're very good rowers. Like farmers' carries, you expect them to cruise through. You know, the lunges, Alex is very, very good, but obviously so is Hunter. And then, you know, the wall balls.
The wall balls? You don't want to be next to Alex.
No.
Still, I'm very intrigued about the new technology with the sensors at the wall balls. It takes a lot of the human potential error out. It's a very clearly defined. Here we go. The replay, the last leg of the burpees. Left-hand side, Hunter McIntyre in the middle. We see Alex Rankovic, far right-hand corner. That is Michael Sandbach clearly struggling. At the bottom split screen, you can still see the live run. Alex is opening the gap on Hunter McIntyre. They were so close together on those burpees. For a second, it looked like Alex Rankovic might be able to get out first, but then Hunter McIntyre coming through that inside lane, literally just inching ahead of Alex Rankovic. But at the bottom, look at that. Okay, split screen ground, but what I'm telling you is Alex Rankovic right now on the run is pulling away a little bit from Hunter McIntyre. Here we go, we got the picture back. This is a completely new scenario for Hunter McIntyre. This is something he's not used to. The Hunter's hunting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. And they knew that, and they wanted to test him, and we'll see. You know, he's a very, very experienced athlete. He's been around it for years. He's competed at the top level for years. How's he going to respond when he's really tested like this?
And I'm telling you, it's not done yet for sure. But Tim Vanish, that sneaky bugger, you know, he called it for Alex. You know, he knows something. We know he's strong, but Tim definitely knows what's up, what's happening right now.
I think there was a general feeling going into this race that more so than last year that Hunter won't have it all his own way. Obviously there was a lot of top athletes in last year's race, but it felt like these guys could close the gap on him at least this year.
So we've got Hunter McIntyre in second, Alex Rankovic, who's gone through. Let's not forget, yes, Hunter took a drink, but they left the workout station at the same time. This is a sizable gap. Michael Sandbach, we'll see how he's running, where his head is. He's coming around the turn as we speak. And then we got James Kelly, we got Paulo Menendez, Fernandez, Pelayo, sorry about that. Tobias Laudwein. Now, this is typical Tobias Laudwein. After the ski erg, he was 14th in the race. He's now 6th.
Yeah. He's a master at pacing this race, more so than anyone. Like, we knew Hunter and Alex and Sandy would go out quick. You wouldn't expect that from Toby, but he can time it perfectly.
And I think Jonathan Wynn is exactly where he wants to be, in 7th spot, because he's seen Lauren Weeks how you do it. You stay in 7th and cross the line in 2nd. That's how we do it. Alex Rankovic, the man from Austria, he is at the row erg. And hey, well, most of our Elite 15 were like feet up in the air, like headphones on in the zone. Alex Rankovic literally went, you know what, we're all athletes here, all 4,300 participants here. I'm not bailing on the Parade of Nations. I'm walking with my countrywomen and countrymen. That's just amazing.
Yeah. And he'll be captaining Austria tomorrow night, on Sunday night as well in the relay. Very, very strong team that they've got for that.
Again, 142 for Michael Sandbach, 144 pace for Hunter McIntyre, and a 145-ish, I believe 148 right now for Alex. So Alex is going 4 seconds on the 500 slower right now.
Yeah.
So he had a little bit of a lead, but he's going a little slower. But again, he races incredibly controlled. He was a little behind on the burpees until he wasn't. So let's see how it goes here on the road. 143 beginner pace for Michael Sandbach, 144 for Hunter McIntyre, roundabout 148 for Alex Rankovic. He's looking over, he's seeing exactly what the competition is doing. While James Kelly is kind of racing a bit of a lonely race in 4th position. Pretty much since the beginning.
James is a very, very good racer. He's another one, a little bit like Toby, knows how to pace a race, knows where his strengths are, knows where he's not so strong, he knows where these guys are stronger than him. So yeah, you know, he's sitting in a solid position at the moment.
Just if you look at James Kelly, you know, he knew very late that he was qualified. He qualified as at the last chance qualifier in Cologne, but he did it in style there by winning the race, beating everybody. So Rankovic dropped to a 150 pace. He knows he doesn't want to see that 5. Looking over his shoulder to see what the competition is doing. They're still 4, 5, 6 seconds faster. So very fast rowing right now by Hunter McIntyre. He's holding the pace, now going up to 149. And this is, we're talking on the 500, what they're losing right now. It's not that much as we've got a 148. This is so close together right now.
And you see at the bottom of that screen there on the Concept 2, that's showing them what the other guys, how far ahead they are or behind the other guys, which you don't typically see on a Concept 2 machine. But yeah, that's set up for this race. So they'll be very dialed into what the difference is between each other.
So interestingly enough, it still looks like Alex Rankovic is about 15 meters ahead of Hunter McIntyre and about 25 meters ahead of Sandy. We're going into the final stretch here. It's down to about, I reckon, 150 meters max to go. There we go. Top screen, you see it. That's the number that's ticking down above the split. So 120 meters, 117 for Rankovic right now. And the other ones are going to be incredibly close to that. again, pretty much nothing has changed heading out onto that run course. It's all about finding your run legs again. Alex Rankovic is losing just a little bit of time in the rock zone every time. He builds this head start on the run, he loses it in the rock zone. They go to the workout together. Look at this duel. Alex is out. He maintains a lead of a couple of seconds. He's off the road faster than Hunter McIntyre. Hunter McIntyre did not open or did not take the shoes out before it was finished. Michael Sandbach is where he wants to be. He's back with Hunter. This is the man he wanted to chase. Interestingly enough, the talk was about chasing Hunter McIntyre. They never thought about chasing Alex Rankovic.
Yeah, they're chasing a man that they know is very strong at the wall balls. So what do? Do you continue to chase him, or do you push yourself to your absolute limit and try and get a 10-15 second head start on him going into those wall balls?
You got no chance but to push yourself. Michael Sandbach, he is fighting, but he is there. He's right where he needs to be. He is with the other guys. Or let me put it this way, if he didn't have that 5-minute penalty, he would be right where he needs to be for those wall balls. He is potentially the weakest out of the top 3 right now at the wall balls. Alex Rankovic, if you want to pick one, Hunter or Alex, probably put your wall ball money on Alex.
Probably, yeah, probably. But that's what we've seen historically. I suspect Sandy has been doing an awful lot of work on his wall balls.
It's not just that. I think we're going to see a very a completely different wall ball game today, because I don't think throughout the year any of those top 3 had to go so hard and push themselves so hard to the limit as they're doing right now. So Hunter McIntyre, Michael Sandbach, they are with Alex Rankovic again. And look at the move. Michael Sandbach, I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to go straight through Alex Rankovic. But you're seeing Hunter McIntyre is fighting as well. He's got this lean back right now. And Alex, he needs to make sure. Sandy, here is his motivational boost. Here he goes. He is absolutely gritting his face. He's leaving it all right out there right now. He knows himself. He needs this gap. He needs it. There is still 3 workouts, you know?
This is seriously impressive. I've spoken a few times in this show about get a sled pull penalty, it almost costs you your entire race. Sandy's leading this race after getting a 5-meter sled pull penalty. Wow.
There's another German saying the drops is not gelutscht, which is you're not done sucking the candy yet. You know? So, and Michael Sandbach is definitely not done. He is running out of this world right now. He's looking around. His confidence is back. It is back. You look at the road for Michael, 3:58. And then his run kilometer 5 wasn't that great, 4 minutes. And I think this one will be faster again. And look at how he's opened the gap on Hunter McIntyre, on Alex Rankovic. If he can sort of, post the same splits, what do you reckon at the workouts to come now? Farmers carry, Sandbag lunges.
Farmers carry, in theory, probably very, very little between them, seconds between them. Although we did see some of the ladies put the kettlebells down where we wouldn't have expected them to. Lunges, typically I would say Alex has got the slight advantage there. A few seconds over Hunter, and then they probably, a decent amount of seconds over Sandy with his lunges. I think he needs this lead.
So we're looking at the scenario right now. Michael Sandbach is opening a real gap on Hunter McIntyre and Alex Rankovic. But out of the 3 workouts coming, Alex Rankovic theoretically the strongest of the 3 on 2 of the workouts. So it will all come down to the lunges and the wall balls. But now it is time for the farmer's carry, and here's your leading man. Here is Michael Sandbach. He is into the farmer's carry in a moment. He is in the rock zone. He's grabbing the kettlebells, and here he goes, the man from Great Britain. What a spectacular comeback within the race after that 5-meter penalty at the sled pull. Michael Sandbach, this is the day we all hoped. He's going to put it all together. He's got his head in the game. He looks around. What a motivational boost for the man from Great Britain in the farmer's carry. And this is the scenario we talked about. This is where they're going to see each other. you know, where they see exactly what's happening. It's a double lap. They're going this L lap twice. This is the duo, Michael Sandbach. Oh, you cannot imagine how brutal this is. Those kettlebells right now, they're crunching the entire body together. You try to stabilize the core as much as possible. You see, it's more a waddle than a run, what they're doing right now. This looks like a Kalahari shuffle and not a walk anymore. And Hunter McIntyre, Alex Ronkovic, he's right behind him, but Michael Sandbach is looking good. He got this lead, and he knows that it's the motivation and the crowds down there. We are in for a real treat in the final 2 workouts after this. Mentally, I would love to see Alex just make a move on Hunter in that last quarter now.
Yeah, just a slight psychological.
Here
there
we go.
He goes.
Hunter McIntyre dropping the weights, and the crowds are going crazy.
Wow.
They're crazy. Michael Sandbach is out. He is flying through the rock zone right now as we're waiting for Alex Ronkovic to come out second. Hunter, look at the hunch position. Head down. He lost a couple of seconds there. He is hurting. But Michael Sandbach, he is out. He's out off the rock zones, and he's got a sizable lead now on Alex Ronkovic and Hunter McIntyre. And Greg, what a story that would be with a 5-meter penalty. He lost probably somewhere between 30 to 45 seconds. And there he is on the screen, your leader from Great Britain here at the World Championship.
Yeah, feeling good. That last run was good. And then Hunter put him down. I don't think I've ever seen Hunter put kettlebells down. I mean, it's only a few seconds, but psychologically, I was just talking about psychologically, just Alex passing him, putting those down. Yeah.
Hold my beer. Alex Ronkovic, 20 seconds behind Michael Sandbach. What is happening? So now, hold on. Again, speculation. How much of a lead does Michael need to going into the wall balls? Give me a rough ballpark.
I think he needs at least that 20.
It's only us and 20,000 of our closest friends listening right now. So, all right, here's your corner. You say he needs this 20. I think it's going to be...
He needs that 20 for the lunges and the wall balls combined, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, 24 lunges and wall balls combined. But he's going into the lunges, I'm calling it right now, with at least 30. It's happening. Watch it. Michael Sandbach. What a story that would be. The man who started 5 races and only finished 2. And he's not going to like me for it, but the biggest struggle for him was to keep his head in the game. And here he had that negative experience, but he kept the head in the game. And there he is flying absolutely high right now. He went from a 4-minute kilometer for the 5th kilometer down to a 3:45 kilometer afterwards. Okay, here we go. Sandbach lunges. Ooh, okay. The average time is 32 seconds slower than Ronkovic. But it's a different Michael Sandbach we're seeing here. No way is he going to lose 32 seconds. No way on the Sandbach lunges today.
This is Michael Sandbach that we've not seen before. We've actually seen, I mentioned earlier, he started 5 races, only finished 2. In the races that he hasn't finished, we've seen glimpses of this speed. He's been on world record pace at times and pulled out.
This is a Hunter we were waiting to see. He is at the limit. He's leaving it all out there. He has to find reserves he never needed before. Hunter McIntyre is seriously being challenged at the World Championship by Michael Sandbach and by Alex Ronkovic. What a race we're seeing here in the Elite 15 at the World Championship in Nice, everybody. We're in for a serious showdown. Alex looking around. Where is Hunter McIntyre? 2 workouts and 1 run to go as soon as they're into the rock zone. We've got the Sandbach lunges and the wall balls still waiting for us. 2 workouts that Alex Ronkovic and Hunter McIntyre are loving. Michael Sandbach not that much, but he's got a sizable lead.
Leaving the farmer's carry, Sandy was only 10 seconds slower than Hunter's world record pace in Stockholm as well.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy what we're seeing right now. Michael Sandbach still leading the race here ahead of Alex Ronkovic. Top left-hand corner. This is the gaps that we had after the farmer's carry. They're gonna change without a doubt. Going into the farmer's carry. Here he comes, your leading man from Great Britain. And here he is asking for the crowds. Look at that, Mike. is the last time we've seen a Michael Sandbach, that version of Michael Sandbach at the 7th workout. This is wild. He's gonna PB the Sandbach lunges right now. Michael Sandbach, the chasers, going into the farmer's carry. Wait, what now? Hold on, no.
Into the lunges.
Into the lunges, that's what we want to see. We're waiting for the splits here.
Here comes Alex.
Here comes Alex. Alex, 1 lane down. This is going to be very easy to see how the lunges unfold. He's exactly 1 lane down on Michael Sandbach. He's pumping. You know, he's struggling. There's this wobble that we saw with Viola Oberländer, for example, with Kate Davey in the women's race before. The legs are burning. They are empty. Michael Sandbach, Alex Ronkovic already going incredibly faster, going a little faster than Michael Sandbach. The question is, how fast can he turn around? How fast can he recover? All right, here we go. Who's got the better turn? Alex is back in. Alex is back in. Here we go. He's taken about 2 lunges out of Michael Sandbach. That is still solid for Michael Sandbach. And now Alex Ronkovic is slowing down a little bit. You see him the first time taking those middle steps. And Hunter McIntyre. So, in the split times, he was better, faster than Alex Ronkovic, but he's slower right now. And Michael Sandbach, again, taking 11 seconds out of Alex Ronkovic on the run. 11 seconds. So 31 seconds going into the Sandbach lunges. And as we're looking at it right now, his average Sandbach lunges split. We're 32 seconds slower than Alex Ronkovic. Not today, they aren't.
Not today, but Sand is clearly looking good on the runs, clearly feeling good, but he knows what we're talking about. He knows how good Alex is on those lunges and wall balls, so he knew he had to push himself on that run.
And it's not just that. There's one thing we shouldn't forget. What we saw for everybody out there on the screens is the average splits of his elite races. So that means also the splits on the days where he wasn't really feeling it anymore.
I mean, normally doesn't even get this far in a race.
There's that. All right, he is keeping a very solid lead over Alex Ronkovic. At least 30 seconds at least 20 seconds, if not more. Michael Sandbach, he is now proven that he is the man to beat in the race today. Forget about everything you thought we know about Michael Sandbach not liking the lunges. Because now, we can also forget about him not liking the wall balls. You said it, he put in the work, he knew what he had to do for the World Championship, and out he is. What happened? What's happening?
I think, was it just tying his lace?
Did his shoelaces come open? Did he not do the double knot? Come on, Michael, you're killing me. But look at this gap, this huge gap he's got over Alex Ronkovic, and look at Hunter McIntyre. Hunter McIntyre is 1.5 lanes behind Alex Ronkovic. But look at the run now. Look at the run of Alex. This is Michael Sandbach. He's going to take another 10 seconds out of him. Wow. Unless we see Michael Sandbach break down at the wall balls, which I don't think we will today, I'm tempted to say this is the day for Great Britain in the men's race.
I think that the gap stayed around the same. I'll make that around 36. And look at that, there's James Kelly leading the lunges ahead of Hunter McIntyre.
James Kelly has just gone past Hunter McIntyre, and Tobias Laudwein is getting closer.
He's flown past Hunter there.
He's flown past Hunter. Hello there, James Kelly. Welcome to the podium spot. Hold on now. You go from waiting to qualify all the way to the last chance qualifier in Cologne to say the World Championships at the second last workout. Oh, by the way, hey, my name's James Kelly. I'm from Australia, and I'm here for the podium.
Yeah, wow.
Hunter McIntyre is out in 4th. Hunter McIntyre lost crazy time at the Sandbach lunges, and this is your leading man right now. This is Michael Sandbach. But James Kelly, he was 1.5 minutes down. He's now 50 seconds down.
That is an incredibly impressive lunge from James there.
Did somebody count the lanes for James Kelly? Wow, here we go. Michael Sandbach at the wall balls. Now, his average time is 5:15. Folks, forget about that. Forget about the 5:15. That is really involved, including Michael Sandbach not feeling it at all. And we're now having a scenario where Hunter McIntyre is chasing a Michael Sandbach who's an entire lap of the 1 kilometer run ahead of him.
Cool.
There isn't a scenario where we would have expected this before the race.
No. I think there was a 4:24 on the lunges for Hunter there. So James's time was impressive. It was 3:12. Hunter's, I don't think I've ever seen him do a 4:24 lunge. I don't think I've ever seen him put down the farmer's carries. When he's been tested in this race, he's not performed on those stations.
So here's one thing we can say almost for certain now. We're going to see an over-the-moon Michael Sandbach today. We see a for sure 100% happy Alex Ronkovic, and we're going to see an incredibly disappointed Hunter McIntyre no matter what happens from here on out. Here is Hunter McIntyre. Everybody was talking about the man who's unbeatable. He is not. Everybody just waited for the day here in Nice. Everybody just waited for the World Championship to really put the screws on Hunter McIntyre, who's been challenged properly for the first time. As we're now seeing bottom corner split screen, Michael Sandbach. He is coming into the final workout. The man from Great Britain is on the way. The head referees are ready for him. He is moments away, I believe. Michael Sandbach, our men's leader, on the way towards the wall balls here. Faisal is getting ready. How big is the gap from Michael Sandbach to Alex Ronkovic in second place, and Hunter McIntyre in fourth? Here comes Michael Sandbach. He's looking around, buddy. There's nobody. Here is just you. This is Europlus. Michael Sandbach from Great Britain first onto the wall balls. And now is the time for Michael Sandbach to PB the wall balls. They gotta be clean. The referees will be with hawk eyes on him. Looking very clean going down. Here comes Alex Ronkovic. All right, here he comes. Here comes the chaser.
I think there's a 24-ish second gap there.
Okay, after the Sandbach lunges is what's 26 seconds. We're waiting for the official confirmation. Coming into 23 seconds. 23 seconds.
It's around 10
hold on. James Kelly, 33 seconds.
Wow.
What? What now, James Kelly? Excuse me. There's James Kelly with 33 seconds. He gained a minute on everybody else in the last two workouts and runs.
I think Alex has had 4 no reps there. Look, so they're neck and neck, James and Alex, but because of Alex's 4 no reps.
Yeah, only 1 no rep so far for Michael Sandbach. So Alex Ronkovic, he can go through unbroken, but he needs to get them clean now. He was struggling to find his rhythm. 0 no reps for James Kelly. He is shoulder to shoulder with Alex Ronkovic. And then 10 wall balls ahead for Michael Sandbach. Are you crazy? Look at this duel, Hunter McIntyre and even Palaio caught back up to Hunter McIntyre. They're coming into the wall balls together. Hunter McIntyre for sure is the man who's beaten today, but the duel at the front, James Kelly, and here we go.
There's been a few
Alex
no
Ronkovic.
reps there for Sandy. Look, the gap is closed.
It's closing, but actually the no rep stayed the same. It was 3 for Sandy, 4 for Alex. Alex is just going a little bit faster. It is now 5 no reps, and here's the break. Here's the break for Sandy. James Kelly is taking the break. This is Alex Ronkovic catching up to Michael Sandbach.
Two difference now.
Oh, another no rep for James Kelly. Only 2 difference. And if Michael Sandbach's taken this break here already, he's going to need another break. And we know Alex can go unbroken. Sandberg, no rep, both on both sides. They no rep at the same time, no rep. No rep for both again. It's synchronized, no repping. What are they doing? This is James Kelly coming back. He's in the 60 now. Alex Ronkovic, Michael Sandberg, they gotta keep them clean. And they gotta watch for that last wall ball. We've seen the drama in the women's race. This is wild, absolutely wild. Michael Sandberg is taking another break. James Kelly is taking the break. This could be the moment for Alex Ronkovic. This is the pass. Alex Ronkovic now ahead. And we know how strong he is. He's not gonna take a break, but he's gotta keep him clean. And he's gotta make sure the last one is clean. 80 for the man.
Oh, that's pretty...
James Kelly down. What happened to Michael Sandberg? Somebody's got to give him the count. Faisal is with him. He's giving him the count. Oh! Alex Ronkovic, no rep. No rep there. 686. We don't know the exact count. We don't know why the machine reset. It's another no rep there for Michael Sandberg. Alex Ronkovic, no rep. Another no rep. Come on, 92. Another no rep for 11 no reps for Ronkovic now. This is the chance for Michael Sandberg to potentially come back. 97, 98, 99, 100 for Ronkovic. Here he comes. Here he comes. Alex Ronkovic, your world champion. He even had the time to triple check that it was clean, that he was done. To finish, I cannot believe it. He called it. Alex Ronkovic, your Hyrox World Champion 2024. Michael Sandberg, without a doubt, the best wall balls I've seen from him. But he loses 30 seconds at the wall balls. And here comes James Kelly. A last chance qualifier from Cologne, bringing it onto the podium here. This is absolutely wild. We expected USA to win the race for sure on the podium, and instead we're seeing Austria ahead of Great Britain, ahead of Australia. Michael Sandberg. I cannot wait to hear him. If he's disappointed, he had that penalty. Without the penalty, he would have been safe. Yeah. He would have had that in the bag. But what a deserving winner with Alex Ronkovic. But boy, why make it so exciting? 12 no reps for Alex Ronkovic. That's ridiculous.
Just 11 seconds in it. That penalty at the slip ball will hold Sandy.
And again, we're talking about an athlete who was so relaxed before the race that he did the Parade of Nations with everybody else. What a race this has been. I can't believe it. Absolutely wild. You know, I was asking after the women's race, how did the men's race even get close to making it that exciting? Boy, they did.
They did. They went out with intention. They knew what they had to do. If they were going to beat Hunter, the greatest athlete that this sport has ever seen, they were going to have to do it early on.
And Hunter has now dropped past Pelayo. Pelayo got 4 wall balls left.
Wow.
Not only James Kelly is going by, but Pelayo from Spain as well. Hunter McIntyre is only going to come in 5th at the World Championship.
Here he goes.
If this was your bet, you're a rich man now. I'm a little bit speechless right now.
Alex, though, I mean, before today had been on the podium in 4 different World Championships. No one else had done that. We used to call it Mr. Consistent, but in some ways that's like, you know, it's not acknowledging just how good he is. He's consistently brilliant, and today he's got the title that he craved.
Hey, and how about Tobias Loudwine just crossed on the line? Another man who had such a tough season.
Yeah.
He got sucked in last minute. Beautiful 6th place here for him today. What an incredible race. But Pelayo, Menendez, Fernandez, he is over the moon with his 4th place. Wow. what a kickoff to the World Championship. Let's not forget there's lots more racing happening. We got the open race, we got the doubles, we've got the relays live streamed on Sunday for you folks out there as well, which is going to be equally exciting. We're going to see so many of our Elite 15 race athletes start for their nations, for their... That's the beautiful thing, you know. It's gonna be a showdown of the nations in the relay. So that's for sure one not to miss for everybody who cannot be here with us in Nice. As we're looking at the other man, Jonathan Wynn, 82 wall balls here as well. Colin Stefa. Here we see Hunter McIntyre, Michael Sandbeck, Alex Rankovic. Sitting there all together. And Dylan had a way tougher day than we expected. Dylan Scott, he had this incredible race in Washington at the major and then just followed it up with an incredible double because he just wasn't exhausted enough. And here he goes, Dylan Scott. A tough day for the man from the United States. Incredible talent. Can't wait to see him race next season. And 96 wall balls for him now. Bo Wills is across the line, so is Graham Halliday from Scotland. And here we go. Dylan Scott now, next one. But this is your winner, Alex Rankovic with Tobias Laudwein from Germany. The substitute for Tim Wenisch, who couldn't start here. And everybody, if you want to play the lottery tonight, just call Tim Wenisch and ask him for the numbers. He called it for Alex Rankovic. He said today's the day for the man from Austria. He's going to be world champion. And here we go. World champion. He is one of the most laid-back athletes on the circuit. He's always happy to entertain the crowds. He's always here for the other athletes and the countryman. I said it before, he stood outside in 30 degrees today, an hour and a half away from his race, maybe 2 hours away from his race, to do the Parade of Nations with all the open athletes, just to be with his countryman. Said in the interview, you know what, today we're all just athletes, we're all the same. And here he is now as the world champion. Hyrox World Champion 2024. What a day. Here we go. Dylan Scott coming in 10th across the line. What an amazing start into this World Championship weekend here. We had an incredible race in the women's with lots of drama. If you missed the race, make sure to watch the replay. A brilliant world champion, but unthinkable drama for second, third, and fourth. And, you know, I told you he is one of the most laid-back and always smiling athletes. He's now the world champion, and he is with Laura, your world champion.
He is indeed. Alex, after all the podiums, the consistency, obviously a few wins in the majors, but you are finally world champion. How does that feel?
It's amazing. I mean, it's just crazy. I'm at Hyrox since 2018. It was an amazing road until now. That was my all-time goal, one time in any sport, just to be one time a world champion. And now finally, like all the years of sport I'm doing, it happened. It's amazing. I'm overwhelmed.
And you're doing it for those who aren't full-time athletes. You've got a job at home as well. Does that make it all the more special?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, others have jobs, have kids at home. We all have family. We all have other things to do. It started as a hobby, but now it's going more and more professional. And I'm happy to can do it now more or less really professional. But I would still like teach for a couple of years and do Hyrox as good as I can, as good as I always did.
I think we all expected a battle between you and Hunter McIntyre, but it turned out you were chasing down Michael Sandbeck. What was the difference in the end? And mentally, those wall balls where you were getting no rep after no rep, how did you keep it all together?
I mean, we all are training very hard, and we did more hard things in training, you know, and going 100 wall balls, every one of us did that. But it was, my game plan was like stay calm on the runs, recover on the runs, and crush the stations. And I knew, like, okay, maybe Michael will struggle a bit on the wall balls, and if I take my chance, I'm gonna beat him at the end, and that happened, and I'm really happy.
Now, I know from your Mr. and Mr. that we saw in the pre-show that you don't really drink, but will there be a beer tonight?
What, again?
I said, I know that you're not much of a drinker, but are you going to have a party tonight?
Oh, for sure. My friends are coming in. I mean, their flight was delayed. They didn't saw the race, but they're coming now. We're going to have beers, we're going to party, and we're going to prepare for the relay on Sunday. We're going to win that too.
Can't wait to see it. Amazing job. Great job, Alex.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here had the same chance, had to follow the same rules, execute it the same way. And
I'm not sure how to even react to that race, Greg, because it was utterly phenomenal. But standing next to us is James Kelly, who came in 3rd place. And that wasn't always the case, James. You really built through that. Talk me through your race, because that was nothing short of phenomenal.
Yeah, I had a game strategy to not go out with the boys, and I knew some of the lads were going to go out very hot, and I let them do that. And I ended up falling a bit behind on that sled pull. I wasn't kind of very happy with that, but you know, my coach and I have been talking about Hyrox is a long, long race, and you know, anything can happen post the sled pull, and I really have worked on my my strength running at the back end of the race, and here I am now in 3rd place. So yeah, I'm very humbled about it now. Yeah.
I mean, for someone like you who's changed their entire life to do this sport, then you went to Cologne, you took a really impressive victory, but it wasn't on grid and it wasn't surrounded by the top athletes in the sport. Do you feel you've proved something to everyone and yourself with this 3rd place finish?
You know, like since Cologne, Lauren, I've really worked on understanding the sport even more, and the one thing that I've learned is that it's you versus you out there. And the best thing about what I'm doing with Anthony Pericini, my coach, is that we're understanding that if you can get the best out of yourself, anything can happen. I came into the sport 18 months ago, and here I am now, and I wouldn't have done it without the help of Anthony Pericini. And not only him, but my beloved girlfriend, Georgie, who's just with me through and through and on the journey with me. And not only that, but my family, my sister actually flew over for this event last night and is leaving tomorrow. So she's pretty much here for 24 hours and basically came over in a 24-hour journey, you know. So I'm going to stop rambling now. So yeah, that's it.
I feel like we need to clarify. Your sister didn't just come over. She came over from Australia to be here.
She told her work that she was going from Australia to France just for the weekend, you know. So I don't think anyone's done it. But, you know, like, to me, I wouldn't be standing here without the support of Georgie, Anthony, but my family as well. And my sister's one of them. My mum and dad are watching this back at home at 4 a.m. in Brisbane together right now. And yeah, it's really, really special to us.
JK, go and enjoy this with your family. Thank you so much for chatting to us. And enjoy all of this moment, the very sweaty Australian flag. I mean, Greg, let's deconstruct the chaos. That race had absolutely everything and more. What's your standout?
There were a lot of guys going into it that believed Hunter was there for the taking today. Just purely because, not because Hunter's weakened or anything like that in any way, because they've improved so much and they know how to pace the race and everything like that. But they knew they had to go out hot, so it was that they could go out so strong and hang for 56 minutes and ultimately do the business.
We're starting, or ending, sorry, the entire race here the way we started it, with you being far quieter than me. But that really was something. And actually, the way that Sandy came into that race really was looking to dominate, reacted so well to what was a pretty severe penalty in the scheme of things. I think it shows, like, remarkably how far he's come as an athlete.
Yeah, it does. Like, well, obviously we've questioned his mental state during the race. Sometimes he's pulled out of races before. That was the ultimate test today for that, in like the biggest race of his life, to get a sled pull penalty when he was looking so good as well, and he knew that had cost him a significant lead. How did he respond? And he responded really, really well. And, you know, second place, he wanted first, but second place, that's still a very good finish for him.
The back and forth throughout that entire thing was nothing short of phenomenal. And for Alex to take it at the end, did you see that coming? Because we know that he is strong on the wall balls, and we do know that Sandy maybe has had to work more on the latter end of racing, but it's still impressive with the amount of excitement and constantly switching that happened in that race.
Yeah, it's such a good race, such a good tussle between so many of those guys there. Like, we knew Alex was strong at the wall balls, but yeah, you never know how it's going to play out. No reps, things like that can play a part. How hard you've pushed yourself up to that point can play a part. Yeah, really impressive from Alex though, ultimately.
The entire thing, and like some context, which we haven't shared because we didn't really get an opportunity to preview the men's in full. But Michael Sandbach's had one of the hardest years of his entire life this year, and he only moved home from Doha 2 weeks ago. Off the back of that race in Doha, he was struggling with all sorts of leg injuries, there's family stuff going on. So for him to put in a performance like that, just is a testament to his character.
Yeah. I think he's ready for a break from the amount of training that he's been doing. But that race in Doha must have been in the back of his mind to an extent as well. Like when you race and then you have like leg issues or cramp or whatever it was, like it must be in the back of your mind, should I go out this hard in this race? You know, so even that's played into his mental state to some extent. So to show up how he did today is very impressive, considering everything that he's been through, yeah.
Hunter McIntyre, thoughts?
It's hard to say. It'd be interesting to talk to him. Up to the farmer's carry, I don't think he was really showing weakness in any way. It was just that the other guys were so strong and they really tested him. Where, you know, we said on the feed with Till, like, he's not truly been tested in the latter part of the races for a long time now. But then his race started to unravel, really. The first glimpse of it, I think, was putting down the kettlebells and the farmer's carry, which we've hardly ever seen Hunter do, I don't think. And then the lunges, where James Kelly passed him, was it like 4:24 on the lunges, which, you know, is a time that he's never done before. So I don't know what happened to Hunter. It looked like it was in the latter stages of the race, but was it just because he was being pushed so much?
I mean, hopefully we'll get to ask him later over the course of the weekend. I did get an opportunity to sit down with him, though, ahead of the race, and we delved into his history. You can watch that on YouTube. It's a full 15-minute interview, and he really has been one of the biggest icons in this sport for so long. It's almost exciting to know that the field is open even when he's in it, and hopefully we'll only see him race more and push these guys come back stronger.
Yeah. The sport's grown so much that the strength of the athletes coming in is ever improving. So yeah, we know, like, we're going to get great races going forwards, and these guys know how to pace it, know how to push their race, know what their strengths and weaknesses are. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of good races going forward.
So looking at the results as well, obviously the top three super impressive, but Peleo Menendez-Fernandez, again, on debut, finishing top 4 at World Championships. That doesn't happen very often. And ahead of Hunter McIntyre, I might add, 6th. My favourite, Tobias Lautwein. He wasn't even meant to be racing. What is this? What is that man made of? Something totally different.
He can pace a race to perfection. Yeah, he can't put in the hours that a lot of these guys are putting into this sport at the moment. Like he's got a family, he's got a job. He does nothing like the volume that a lot of these guys are doing. But he knows how to race, and when he turns up, like he can put in performance. It's third last year, sixth today. Unbelievable.
He came across the finish line. He lay on his back, pretty much on my Puma trainers, and he looked at me and went, "Where did I finish?" And I was like, "You finished sixth, Toby. You finished sixth." And he goes, "Am I in a dream?" Almost as good as his third place finish last year, where his interview. But for a man that is so tied up in everything that he's got going on in his home life, to come here and do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
What an athlete. Yeah, it's just amazing athlete. And just to go back to Pelayo, who you touched on there, a year ago, he was like. Strength was clearly like his weakness. Like he was struggling on the sled still. He came from a triathlon background, and like his progression in the past year is unbelievable. And to finish fourth today, ahead of Hunter McIntyre, you'd have got good odds on that a year ago.
No, it's awesome. It's so good to see the depth of the men's field, and it really came into play at World Championships. You can ask for a better stage. On the women's side, though, chaos reigns. The second place situation with the wall balls. I mean, from what we understand now that it's all calmed down and passed, was that there were a couple of no reps on the final throws. Of course, with the wall ball counters, if it doesn't hit directly into the middle of the X, then it doesn't count. And there were just 2 no reps at the end. And with the girls getting called back, it just changed time. So bless everyone who was involved. In particular, Viola Oberlander seemed to get kind of the brunt of that mistake. But did we see the right people come out on top, even though that kind of overshadowed it all?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there was a lot of confusion. Megan was streaks ahead, really. Lauren ultimately finished second in the race, clawed back some time. I mean, that mistake, if you like, will haunt Viola for a long time, obviously, but rules are rules, and if she didn't hit the target, it was a no rep, and she crossed the line without finishing that final rep. So, yeah, I mean, she'll be absolutely gutted with that. But it is what it is.
It's almost such a shame, because to come, whether it was third or fourth, it was a huge achievement, given how difficult she's had, like the difficulties she's had in life recently, struggling with her work, not getting any training in. I got a voice note from her in the build-up to this race where she was at the airport. It was like, I don't know, 12 hours ago? Even maybe a little bit later than that. But, this is a woman that really had to fight to be here, and fourth would have been incredible had that not happened.
Yeah. I don't think I saw that performance coming. For her to be in contention for second, third, even maybe fourth. I'm not sure I saw that coming from her today in such a strong field. So she can be proud of her performance. She'll just it's just tainted slightly.
Lauren Weeks. I mean, we always speak about her in terms of her World Championship wins. But arguably, could we say that's one of her performances of her career?
Lauren Weeks or Megan?
No, Lauren Weeks. Coming back from as far as she was to make it up to the podium is utterly incredible.
Yeah. It is incredible, considering the time differences that she was seeing. But we just saw her clawing her way back, and she never gives up. And we touched on it, referring to the Stockholm race, where she was clearly struggling quite early on in that race. It looked like her running wasn't on, and then suddenly she crossed the line in one of the best times ever. And it's like, wow, she's very gritty. She doesn't necessarily come across as gritty as obviously as Megan does, but she's got that grit, and she can dig deep when she needed to. I think she needed to today to get second spot.
It was pretty spectacular. But yes, Megan Jacobi, our new world champion, and what a world champion. So when she was 23, she thought, she's had her little girl, and she thought, that's my life. And then she comes back, however many years later, 10 years later, her 33rd birthday, and she's completely changed her life.
Yeah.
And she's done it in spectacular style, standing with a gold medal around her neck at the World Championships.
Yeah, really impressive from her today. It was we saw that earlier on in the season in the first 2 majors, Chicago, Stockholm. She looked so good, she looked in control, and she did again today. It was just flawless really from the start. Her running looked so strong throughout. She didn't have that look like she was struggling like maybe we saw in Lauren. It was very, very good, and she'll be so pleased. She desperately wanted that today. So yeah, amazing.
For running by herself for such a long period of time, that's a lonely thing, but she handled it like a seasoned pro. And we've got to remember, she's only been in this sport for just, well, this is probably her first full real season.
Yeah, her first full real season. I mean, when she first came in, it was an impressive performance like on her debut race. Then I think she broke the world record on her second race. Made a few mistakes in her early races as well, but yeah, first full year. You know, she's getting more experience. Is now like full time, like as an athlete and as a coach, rather than like having a job as well. So she can like push on even more from here. It's, like you say, it's completely changed her life.
Absolutely love it. And what's even more exciting, we're going to see Lauren and Meg, our gold and our silver, competing in the USA relay team on Sunday, and that is also going to be live. What excites you the most about doing the relays? Because this is brand new territory for us.
It's going to be very, very exciting. You know, they've been able to bring athletes in from anywhere. They don't need to set a time in Hyrox or even be a Hyrox athlete later. So there's been different approaches, like the USA team we're all familiar with Hunter and Ryan Kent and Megan and Lauren, but then other teams like Austria, Alex's team, you know, they've gone a little bit more specialised, and it will be very, very interesting to see. It's going to be exciting races. It's going to be seriously fast.
Oh, I'm so excited, Greg. Anyway, that is us done from a whirlwind World Championship Elite 15 race. I don't think anyone could predicted what actually unfolded in front of us today. From the carnage to the elation, dreams crushed but dreams made. It's been one phenomenal Friday night. Guys, we'll see you on Sunday, but this is it for now.
3, let's go. I see you staring, but don't want no smoke. I hear you talking, but I'm here for the show. Don't get it twisted, baby, I snatch souls. It be murder, she roll. 1, 2, 3, let's go. I see you staring, but don't want no smoke. I hear you talking, but I'm here for the show. Don't get it twisted, baby, I snatch souls. It be murder, she roll. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
I'ma kick back when you fake.